How are you feeling? How long have you been here?
3 months, May 17th.
And what brought you?
That's difficult to answer.
Eventually resulted in your being here in the hospital.
That's difficult to answer.
the end? There's a noise inside my head of crying people facing death. Is this the end? Is this the end? Oh, I'm burning in the stone. There's no place to hide. I'm burning in the stone. What have we done to the world? What have we done to the world? I'm burning in the stone. There's no place to hide. I'm burning in the stone. This is the final
Who the fuck is Karlyn? She's just some sweet lady. She's like in a knitting. She does like a knitting stream. She's like a knitting YouTuber. She does knitting.
Can we grow up a little bit and
Alt
not
Girl
be
sent $200.
retarded?
Have you
Please.
seen the work of Karlyn Borysenko? Anti-commie cult leader and is obsessed with looking at what actual far-left communists are talking about and organizing today, infiltrating them. They infiltrated the universities, schools, media. She has the receipts to back it up. Primary source evidence. Infestation is dire and she calls Republicans idiots eating slop. Agree.
Thank you for the big super chat. Yeah, oh, I know Karlyn B. She's solid. She's funny. I
The
like
great
her.
noticer sent $200.
Literally.
So
Not
it's,
Ian.
it's not a because I haven't dangled my junk into the combat zone on purpose to get some camera footage, but that's the big part of what's the
Is that
problem.
what you call reporting?
Go
and live
under if
streaming?
you're going to do it.
Yeah,
go
seriously.
undercover. Otherwise, you're wearing a hunk of meat in a lion's den. Nick Shirley, I love you. Take care of yourself, man. Karlyn Borysenko went undercover. Do stuff like that. Like if you want to expose this thing, don't pariah, please.
But Ian, here's and I agree with you to an extent.
I watch these streams, and I've been watching a self-professed fascist named Karlyn who drinks and basically roasts these live streams. But weirdly, she has apparently embedded herself with Antifa before, and so it's such a funny stream because like,
so they tolerate her?
oh no, not anymore. She like, no. She's like, I mean, I don't know if she's trolling or not, but on her stream, she's like, I am a fascist.
Right.
So she's proudly proclaiming she's a fascist. I don't know how much of that is trolling, how much of it is real, but conservatives who are drawn to her stream will say things like, these people are funded by George Soros. And it's the funniest thing because she gets so mad. And she's like, get off fucking Fox News. Stop watching that shit. It's all wrong. Do these people look funded? Do these people look like they have money? They're not funded. It's so, and I guess her bigger point is by saying these are funded agitators and not saying what they actually are, which is anti-capitalist revolutionaries, you dilute what's really happening. Because what's really happening, according to her, and I think a fair amount of people, is that the economy is so fucked. The middle class is diminishing so much. The cost of living is so high that this is the perfect soil you need if you wanted communism to grow anywhere.
der Mensch ein Mensch ist, drum braucht er was zum Essen, bitte sehr. Es macht ihn ein Geschwätz nicht satt, das schafft kein Essen her.
Drum links, zwei, drei, drum links, zwei, drei, wo dein Platz genossen ist, weil dich heim in die Arbeit einweist und weil du auch ein Arbeiter bist.
Und weil der Mensch ein Mensch ist, drum hat der Stiefel im Gesicht nicht gern. Er will unter sich keinen Sklaven sehen und über sich keinen Herrn.
Drum links, zwei, drei, drum links, zwei, drei, wo dein Platz genossen ist, weil dich heim in die Arbeit einweist und weil du auch ein Arbeiter bist.
Und weil der Prolet ein Prolet ist, drum wird ihn kein anderer befreien. Es kann die Befreiung der Arbeiter nur das Werk der Arbeiter sein.
Drum links, zwei, drei, drum links, zwei, drei, und ein Platz genossen ist, weil dich heim in die Arbeiter einweist und weil du auch ein Arbeiter bist.
Здравствуйте, comrades. Welcome to Socialism Saturday. Socialism Saturday is where we watch the real far left, the farthest of the far left, the most dystopian of the dystopian. If you want to know where every crazy idea we have to deal with in the world today comes from, it's the people we watch on Socialism Saturday. If you want to know who did anti-racist education in schools and critical race theory and abolish the police, defund the police, it's the people we watch on Socialism Saturday. If you want to know who did gender ideology in school, queering and transing kids, drag queen story hour, all that good stuff, it's the people we watch on Socialism Saturday. If you want to know who's doing environmental justice, shout your abortion, pro-Palestine protests, anti-ICE organizing, guess what? It's the people we watch on Socialism Saturday. Every crazy idea has an origin point, and that origin point is the radical revolutionary far left in America. They are very real. They are very organized. They're very dangerous. And no one's really talking about them but us, and not with any sort of accuracy or nuance anyway. And so I have this crazy idea that if you want to defeat your enemy, and I do consider the far left in America to be one of the most dangerous enemies that we have to deal with, if you want to defeat your enemy, you actually have to, I don't know, maybe understand your enemy. You have to understand them. You have to know what their strategies are. You have to get your necklace good and centered. You have to know what their strategies are. You have to know what their language is. You have to know how they're organizing. You have to know what they're doing, because we are the scrappy insurgency in this scenario. We are the counter revolutionaries in this scenario. We are basically like what is it? What was the name of the group in Red Dawn? What was the name of the group? Oh my gosh. What was the name of the group in Red Dawn? Someone knows the answer to this. I know someone knows the answer to this. What this is going to the Wolverines. Wolverines. That's what it was. Wolverines. I knew it. I knew it would hit me eventually. I love Red Dawn. Only the remake's okay, but the original's better. Anyway, we are basically the Wolverines in this type of scenario. We are being Red Dawned literally by the radical revolutionary far left in America. And we are the Wolverines, and we have a scrappy insurgency. and we do that because we know what's going on. We know their events. We know who their so-called leaders are, and it's not George Soros and it's not the Democratic Party. We know where the funding's coming from. It's not USAID or Soros. It's mutual aid, which makes it even more scary. There is never going to be any RICO investigation against Antifa. The Trump administration lied to you. Antifa is not an organized group. Antifa is a highly decentralized, non-hierarchical organization with thousands of cells all over the country. We know what they're reading. We know what they're talking about. We know what they're publishing. We track all of this stuff in real time. We do the things that people on the right should damn well be doing, but they refuse to do it because they are lazy and stupid and have no sort of desire to solve the actual problem. They only want to own the libs on Twitter for fucking clout. So I'll do it. Fine. I'll do it. Hey, look, I love it when we get a super chat before I even start the show from David. Annie up, shut the fuck up, listen and learn, ask pertinent questions. Your feelings are not important for this study. David, you are the best, good sir. You are amazing. You have encapsulated the entire philosophy of this show into one little nugget, like starting us off super, super strong with the super chat. Of course, Cynthia's in too. We'll get to Cynthia in a second. But I just want to say, David is giving some great advice for new people and also for veterans alike. So the first thing you want to do is you want to pay your class dues. If you want to keep me streaming, I am 100% funded by people like you. I don't have any political masters. I don't take any political money. If you guys don't pay for me to do this, I literally can't do it. And P.S., I'm the only person doing this on the internet. So if you want this to keep going and you want me to keep exposing you to content that no one else is showing you, send it a $5 super chat, $10 super chat. If you want to send me more money, that's cool. But just imagine that you are walking into my classroom and I make this open air classroom available to everyone. Everyone can walk in. If you can't afford to pay a super chat, please don't do it. If you're financially strapped for cash, I know the holidays can be a tough time for people because there's Christmas and stuff like that. If you can't afford it, please don't do it. But if you can afford it, please provide for the people who can't afford it so that we can all learn together. This is kind of like socialism, except it's not compulsory. You don't have to redistribute your wealth to other people. You don't have to. No one's going to force you to. If you want to be chintzy and you want to just like take for free, even though you have more than enough money to give a $5 super chat or a $10 super chat, that's totally up to you, man. That's totally up to you. But the only way that this particular thing works is if I get to stay completely politically independent and not rely on anyone. Because the problem with most fucking influencers and most content creators on the internet is they rely on someone to pay their salary. So they have to use their talking points. I don't have to do any of that. Like, my literal job is to work for you guys. I work for you because you guys are the ones who pay my salary to do this. So if you can throw in a $5 super chat, $10 super chat, ante up. Because I will be a lot happier if we reach like $100 in super chats before I even get started. And then I will stream with you guys all night. And if you want to send in more money, you can. And if you don't want to, that's fine too. So that's the first part of the deal here. Secondly, I think David's giving some really good advice, especially for new people, which is to listen and learn. I know that everyone thinks that they understand the far left, but if you've never watched my content before or you're still very new, chances are, and I don't mean any offense by this, you don't know as much as you think you know. And I've seen this over and over again. There was a time this was true for me. This is a time that it was true for literally everyone in this audience, okay? There was a time when we didn't know what we didn't know. I'm going to show you all the stuff your conservative influencers will never, ever, ever show you. And I know that because I tried to get them to show it to you for years and they ignored it. So I gave up on conservative influencers because they don't know what the fuck is going on and they don't care. Even when they have this content delivered to them on a silver fucking platter, they still don't show their audience. So if you want to see this content, I will show it to you, but you have to understand that this is not like other stuff you're going to see on the internet, and you don't know as much as you think you know. So if you're confused, ask a question. This is a classroom. We love to answer questions. Even I will answer it, or someone in the chat will answer it. We love to answer questions, but you have to be humble to know that you don't fucking know everything. You don't know everything. And just because you watch libs of TikTok or you follow the clout chasing whores on Twitter, it doesn't fucking matter. That does not mean you understand the real far left. On this channel, we hinge into reality. If you are confused, it's okay to be confused. Ask a question, but do not make statements. Do not tell me I don't know what I'm talking about, because I've watched over 5,000 hours of socialism and communism over the last several years that I've been doing this. I know more than you. Most people in my chat who have been watching with me know more than you. You don't know more than us, and we don't have anything to learn from you, especially if you're brand new. And again, I don't say this with any offense, but if you think that you can teach me something about the far left, good fucking luck. Like, truly, good luck. Good luck to you, sir. And I don't care about your feelings in regards to this. If you feel personally attacked, I don't give a fuck. Go back to the Daily Wire. So thank you, David, for starting us off strong. I love this chat. This isn't a super chat. We're going to go through the rest of the super chats in a sec. Thank you guys for being so generous. Hello, communists. You're more interesting than both these groups. Oh, ha, 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 ha. You haven't figured out that the people we're watching today are communists. This one thinks that the anti-racist skinheads are communists, or are not communists, excuse me. This one thinks the anti-racist skinheads we're going to watch today are not communists. No, bro. Anything related to anti-racism is communism. Anti-racism is communism. Did you know there is literally a book that says, oh, what does it say? What is it? Fuck. What is it? What is the one about racism and whiteness? I'm forgetting the title. I should know this off the top of my head. It's been a long year. Anyway, if you see the word anti-racist, that means communism. So congratulations. We're watching communists tonight. Welcome to the show. Cynthia in with 5 gifted channel memberships off the top. And I think I saw Cynthia actually give another 5 as I was ranting. So Cynthia is already in for 10 gifted channel memberships. Our Queen Cynthia of the chat, our Mrs. Claus that just sprinkles these channel memberships all over the place. Thank you, my dear. Congrats to everyone who got a channel membership from Cynthia. Loki became a new member. Thank you for becoming a member of the channel, Loki. We got $20 from Siri. Thank you for that. Super generous. Appreciate it. We got H Brown with the cover charge. Thanks, bro. You rock. That's awesome. We've got Unmasked Red Death, probably one of the best usernames in the entire chat. Come on. $50 post due class dues. Hey, bro, look at the honesty. Look at the fiscal honesty. I appreciate it, bro. Very, very generous. Thank you for coming today. And I think you also gave some gifted channel memberships as well. Unmasked Red Death also in with the 5 gifted channel memberships. Congrats to everyone who got a channel membership there. Let's see. We've got Cynthia saying, go Wolverines. Yeah. Indeed. Go Wolverines. Yes. What is racism and why it means anti-capitalism? Thank you, Reagan. What is anti-racism and why does it mean anti-capitalism? Reagan's got that book title in the chat. We got $2 from Aaron. Thank you, bro, for that. We got a cover charge from Amy. I appreciate it. Thank you, my dear. We've got mutual aid from Suzanne. Awesome. Awesome. Well done, guys. Well done. Awesome start to the show. And Cynthia just can't get enough of giving out channel memberships. Cynthia wants everyone on the channel to have a channel membership, which is awesome because coming in 2026, listen, man, this is the quiet time. We are in the quiet time between Christmas and New Year's. There's just not a lot going on. Everything is boring. Everyone is winding down for the year. There's not a lot of like live leftist content going on right now. But come January, we are going to start going to leftist organizing calls again. This is an event we call Spy Stream. Spy Stream is when we go inside a live leftist organizing event and we literally watch it live. And these things are available to channel members. So Spy Streams are almost always supporter exclusive streams. If you're supporting via a YouTube channel membership or a Twitter membership or a Substack membership or a Locals membership, you will get access to our Spy Streams. So congratulations to everyone who's getting YouTube channel memberships. And just remember, keep an eye out on the community or post section. I will let you know when we are doing Spy Stream. That's, again, we go in, we're a fly on the wall of a live leftist organizing call, so you can actually see what is going on live as it's happening. And those are only available to supporters on all those platforms. So make sure you're taking advantage of the channel memberships that are being given out because they're not important right this second because there's just nothing going on right now. But come January, stuff is going to start happening again. And I think we're going to see a lot of anti-ICE organizing. We're going to start seeing a lot of planning for May Day and stuff like that. So it's going to be lit. 2026 is a midterm year. It's an election year. It's going to be lit, guys. We're going to see a lot of leftist organizing calls coming up. Thank you, Dan, for the super sticker. All right, let me show you what we're watching tonight. I really think this is probably a really great way to wind down the year. We are watching a documentary and then a follow-up socialist discussion. So Reagan, of course, is our queen. Reagan is the person that keeps me in line. If you mouth off to Reagan in the chat, you better watch out, because I guarantee you Reagan knows more than you, and she's much nicer than me. Reagan, to her credit, is like infinitely nicer than me. It's like Reagan is the good cop to my bad cop. And Reagan sent me a couple things that we should watch. And I usually pay attention when Reagan tells me to do something, because she's usually correct and it's usually a good one. So we're going to start off with an old school documentary, which is something we do every so often. As you know, I'm really interested in the overall development, the evolution of the current far left seriously. They're going to put an ICE detention center in my town. I didn't see that, and I don't really care as long as they're not arresting my husband. Guys, did you know? Fun fact. Did you know my husband is going for his citizen interview in January? So everyone cross their fingers that my husband becomes a U.S. citizen. He's been here long enough. He's been putting it off. He finally decided to do it. And so, and I wasn't going to push him. Like, I was going to, whenever you're ready to become a U.S. citizen, you become a U.S. citizen. And so my husband is going for his citizenship interview in January. And so he's been studying his constitution. He's got a little constitution. And he's been studying, and hopefully that just all goes smoothly. I'm not actually worried that they're going to deport him. He's got permanent residency. We've been married for 14 years. Like, it's not an issue, but like, I'll be happy when he becomes a U.S. citizen. That'll be awesome. Hey, thanks, old sub, for the $10. Really do appreciate it. Thank you, Nick. Red Menace member Nick. Oh, I love it. We upgraded from Nick Incognito. Thank you, Nick. It's good to see you. All right. So the first thing Reagan sent me is an old school documentary. And one of the reasons we're going to watch this is I like to study the evolution of the far left. And so that involves going into different subcultures. I don't study the far left based on the philosophy, based on like all these papers that were written and things like that. Cynthia in with the $20. You're a Karlynist? Some people say Karlynist, some people say Karlynite, some people say McCarlinism, whatever it is. We're going to have to decide on a name eventually. I appreciate it, my dear. Thanks so much for the $20. And so one of the things that's really helpful in terms of understanding different subcultures and how they evolved is to go back and watch old documentaries. Old documentaries are awesome. They give us so much information about the far left, and you actually get to go back and kind of see the primary source footage and see how this stuff all unfolded actually when it happened. Well, look, thank you for the $5. Look, we already have a retard arguing with me. Did I not just give a whole spiel at the beginning of this episode about if you think you're going to argue with me, you are fucking stupid because you don't know as much as I do, and I'm going to make you look like a fool? Was I not clear about the expectations, Jeffrey, for new people, which your job is to shut the fuck up, listen, learn, and ask questions? And I don't see a question in this, but let's just read it. Anti-racist is definitely used by communists as a code word for communists. However, it can still be used in other contexts. No, Jeffrey. Tell us you don't understand what anti-racism means without telling us, Jeffrey. Tell us you have no fucking idea what you're talking about without telling us. Completely fucking wrong. No, it doesn't. We have another retard in the chat, ladies and gentlemen, who didn't listen to the clear warning I gave at the beginning of the presentation. No, it does not. Guys, okay, let's take a step back here for all the retards who think they know everything. And if you think you're going to do that in my chat, you are out of your fucking mind. And if you have feelings about it, you can cry off on some of their site on the internet. I don't give a fuck. The reality of the matter is this. I have written an entire book about the whole origin and ideology and evolution of the term racism. In fact, let me just bring up that book so you can see I'm not full of shit. A Brief History of Racism. I have written an entire fucking book called A Brief History of Racism that tracks the development and the origin of the term racism from literally the time it was invented in 1902 all the way up to today. I give you quotes throughout history of every major figure that has been responsible for the origin and the evolution of the term and the definition and how we understand it in society. I'm explaining to you, retard. Now, are you going to follow the good advice that I already gave you? And that advice is to literally shut the fuck up and listen. And know where the fuck you are. You are in my classroom. I'm not in yours. I'm explaining right now while you're still whining and complaining and working out your fucking feelings in the chat. You could also just go buy my book and read that, the whole book that I wrote on this specific topic that you don't know shit about. The term racism from the very fucking beginning was a reference to systemic racism. That is the system that created racism. To the far left, the system that created racism is capitalism, because capitalism to the far left is defined as private property ownership. That means your ability to own bourgeois property, property that allows you to accumulate privatized individual wealth that is shut off from the collective and not available to everyone. That allows some people to have more money and more resources than others. And no, it wasn't Trotsky. No, it wasn't Trotsky. Trotsky was the first to popularize it. The person who invented the term racism is a person named William Henry Pratt, who invented it in 1902. And you can go back and find the history of that. But the first major person to push the term racism, you are right about this, was Trotsky, but he was not the first. There was someone that came before him. Do I have audiobooks too? Not yet. Someday, Ashley, someday. Anyway, from the very fucking beginning, and you can see this all throughout the last 125 years, when the term racism has been used, it has not been a reference to skin color. It has been a reference to the system. That's what systemic racism means. It's what institutional racism means, okay? Systemic racism, the system that upholds racism. Institutional racism, the institution that upholds racism. That is all a reference to capitalism. And capitalism is the system that upholds racism because they believe that capitalism created slavery in the United States, slavery being the ownership of people as private property. They called the people who were the ownership class white. They called the people who were the property black. Whiteness, according to the Denver communists, and we have this on video, meant people who did not work in the sun. And guess what, guys? In this ideology, and I document this in this book and many other places over on my Substack, black people can be white too. There was an article in the Los Angeles Times about 5 years ago that called Larry Elder the black face of white supremacy. There have been articles in the Washington Post and on NPR, a national public radio, that are talking about multiracial whiteness. I have Cheryl Harris, the woman who wrote the paper Whiteness is Property. I literally have her on video saying black people can be white too when they assimilate to the system of capitalism. Bro, you're still not fucking listening. You can write all the books you want. It doesn't make you an authority. It actually does, you fucking retard. But since you're not inclined to be here, and since you are far too stupid to follow the good advice I already gave you, which is to literally shut your fucking stupid mouth and listen. Hey, guess what, Jeffrey? You're permanently banned from my chat. Go away. Goodbye. So for all the non-retards in the chat who actually want to learn something today, anytime you hear the word anti-racist, that is synonymous with anti-capitalist, which means they are a fucking communist. It is about property ownership. It is about private property ownership. Now, while I've been ranting, our queen Cynthia has gifted another 10 channel memberships. And Cynthia, I didn't even acknowledge the last 5. And then you had already given another 5 on top of that. Thank you, Queen Cynthia, for the 10 new channel memberships. Congrats to everyone who got a channel membership. Guys, it is critically important that people understand this. When they are saying racism, they are not referring to skin color. They are referring to the system that created racism in the first place. When they, we got more people. Oh no, more people questioning me. Oh no, that typically works out well for all you guys. And if you don't believe me, then you probably haven't watched my content before and you probably haven't followed my stuff before. And that means you're new. And again, guys, if you're new, we love new people here. Thank you, Make Hell for Life over on Rumble with the $10. Sorry I didn't see it earlier. If you are new here, guys, it is your job to shut up and learn and ask questions. It is not your job to make statements. It is not your job to teach me anything. I have nothing to learn from you if you are new here. I promise you. If you are a veteran here, like Reagan, like Rottweiler, like Master Shake, like so many other people who've been watching this stuff with me for years, I listen to people who are well versed in all this stuff and understand the language. If you are new, though, we don't have anything to learn from you. That's not to say we aren't welcoming you. We love new people here. That's not to say we don't welcome your questions. We want you to ask questions. But you have to know that you are walking into something that is going to be different than what you've ever learned before. And we're going to show you what all this stuff is with primary source evidence. Thank you, Malcolm, for the $10. I really do appreciate it. And if you're new, the very best place to start is actually over on my Substack. That is Karlyn, Karlyn, .substack.com. And the best place to go for new people is to go right here. It says new to my work, start here. Click on that. And that is going to take you to a page with some resources. Now, the very first thing I want people to watch, you don't have to leave today, but I'm just telling you, if you want a crash course in this, if you're like, oh, I'm new and I want to learn more really quickly, not today, not right now, but like tomorrow or whenever you have time over the next couple of days, go to the Substack, watch the re-education video. You can also find this on YouTube as well. Thank you for the $10. Merry Christmas to you too, Bella. Really do appreciate it. This is a 90-minute video in which I walk you through a bunch of clips from far left training. So I'm not just lecturing you. I'm actually just showing you their training and I'm taking you through it and I'm breaking down the language. This is a 90-minute crash course in understanding the left. It's totally free. Anyone can access it. Again, it's on my Substack. It's also on my YouTube channel. I think it's on Rumble as well, but it will always be on the Substack, so you can find it there. If you get really into that and you want more, there's actually a 4-hour crash course, How to Speak Socialist, in which I go into much greater depth in terms of explanation of all of these different things. All of that is free for you as well. And if you really want to get into the most dystopian aspects of the far left, I have an introduction to queer Marxism, which is something I'm currently writing a book on, about the origin and evolution of the left's most dystopian ideology. This is where all the gender shit comes from. This is where all the nuclear family stuff comes from. That's about an hour-long lecture where I explain the origin and the evolution of the philosophy. Okay, so these are all resources for new people. Again, we want new people to learn. We want new people to come along. But the very first thing people have to understand is you don't know as much as you think you know. And you need to update what you understand in order to follow this content. So what came first? The race? It doesn't fucking matter. It honestly doesn't matter. It honestly doesn't matter. For the purpose of this discussion, I am not interested in the term race. I am interested in the term racism, which are two different things, because racism refers to the system. Racism and whiteness and white supremacy refer to the system. So it doesn't actually matter which came first. I don't even know the answer to that question because I only investigated the term racism because that is what the focus of study was. Okay, let's see. We got some more channel memberships from Mountain Goddess. 10 gifted channel memberships. Thanks so much, Mountain Goddess. Really, really, really do appreciate that. All right, does anyone else want to argue with me? Does anyone else want to assert that they know more than me? Does anyone else, or can we continue now? All right. If no one else wants to try to argue with me to test me and to test their boundaries on this channel, I knew we were going to get some new people today, but let's go back to what we're actually watching. So we are watching a documentary today that this was added to YouTube or Twin Cities PBS in 2022. Skinhead culture as multicultural, working class, and anti-racist, but was soon co-opted by white supremacy. Isn't that interesting? So they're saying the original skinheads were actually communists that were anti-racist, working class, diverse, all that stuff. And that being a skinhead was co-opted by the evil white supremacists to fight back against Nazis. The Baldies were formed in Minneapolis and beyond. And so we're gonna watch this documentary, and this is about 50 minutes long. And then after that, we're gonna watch this. This is the story of anti-racist action. We go where they go. And this is from one of our favorite socialist YouTube channels, which is Firestorm Books. Firestorm Books is a radical revolutionary socialist bookstore in Asheville, North Carolina. This is a queer bookstore where they do socialist organizing and they do socialist education and they do all sorts of crazy presentations and they stream those presentations on the internet and then they put them on YouTube for us. Reagan even met the proprietor of the bookstore. Reagan went to a far left event and actually met the person that runs this bookstore. Anyway, this is a discussion about anti-racist action. So Reagan has watched both these videos, and she says that this video is like a really nice companion for the documentary. So we're going to be watching them both back to the back. And that's going to be our last Socialism Saturday of 2025. And we've had an amazing year. We're going to have an even better year coming up. And again, guys, if you appreciate what I'm doing, and the work I'm trying to do, exposing the far left, teaching as many people as possible, teaching and education is going to be a big, 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 big part of what I do in 2026. Listen, I've been doing this for several years now. I have taught myself this ideology by watching more far left socialism and communism than anyone on the internet. I have gone undercover at a dozen different far left events to collect their propaganda, to secretly record them, to expose that to the public. I've gone undercover with Antifa more than anyone else I can think of. If you know someone that's gone undercover with Antifa more than me, please tell me because I want to talk to that person and I'm not joking about that. Cynthia in with another 5 gifted channel memberships. Thank you, my dear, for that. So generous, as always. I have infiltrated hundreds of online organizing calls and recorded them and put that stuff out there to the public. I have written books and am in the process of writing many more books explaining, breaking down this ideology. I didn't get as far with the book writing as I wanted to this year, but that's okay. That's okay. I still published 4 books this year. That's not too shabby if I'm being honest about it. I'm pretty pleased about that. I have a bunch more. I have like several books in progress that are in various states at the moment. So there will be more books coming in 2025, which is going to be awesome. And the big thing that we're going to be doing in 2025 is the big push is going to be the Center for Left-Wing Studies. Now, I feel like I've gotten most of the pieces in place for this in this year because the Center for Left-Wing Studies is something that I didn't even expect to start this year. This is my nonprofit. This is where we are going to be archiving and mapping the modern activist left. We have a ton of information amassed in this. We have so much data that don't judge based on what you see on the website because the website is just like a holding pattern. What's really going on this is on the back end. We have so much data and so many resources and we're going to be putting this stuff out there, making it usable for everyone so that we can start to really get a handle on what does the modern activist left in America look like today. Cynthia in with another 5 channel memberships. Cynthia sprinkling down memberships to literally everyone in the channel. We're going to be mapping everyone. I haven't done that yet, but we need to do that. I'm working on an ICE thing right now. So that's that add it to the fucking list, bro. Add it to the fucking list, okay? We got a ton of shit we need to do on this. But the big thing is with this, guys, I want you to know you can make a tax-deductible gift to the Center for Left-Wing Studies. This is all completely tax-deductible. I do not take a salary from this. All donations for this are basically sitting in a bank account right now, and they're waiting to be used on stuff in 2026 because I haven't even taken reimbursements that, quite frankly, I'm entitled to from this. I'm basically taking all the donations, the several thousands of donations that we've gotten over the course of the year, and it's sitting in a bank account. And it is waiting for us to use in 2026. And one of the things I want to use that on is the Occupy Libraries series of events in which I'm going to go around to different libraries across the country and teach people about the far left. I'm also going to make materials available to you guys so that if you guys want to do a presentation about the far left to your community group or your Republican group or in your library or whatever, you can literally just take materials that I will provide you of far leftists and you can utilize them. And I want to have a whole series of events where people are taking over their local library and teaching people about the far left because I can't be the only person in the world teaching people about this content. Everyone needs to be teaching. I spend hours and hours and hours a week trying to teach you guys everything I know so that you can go out and teach your friends and family, and I will give you the resources to do it. And we're going to do all that through the Center for Left-Wing Studies, and this work is only going to get bigger and bigger and bigger, and the amount of people interacting with it are only going to get more and more because the far left is not stopping, guys. We are going to see a practice strike for the big general strike that they want to do in 2028. We are going to see a practice strike on May 1st, 2026. The far left is still gearing up to do anti-ICE organizing. This is going to be a big thing that they're continuing with because they have a lot of success with it. And so we want to make sure we're educating as many people as possible about what is going on with the far left and making sure as many people understand the language as possible so that we can start actually getting our shit together to fight back against what's coming. Guys, May 1st, 2028 is going to try to shut down the economy. The far left has a goal of a mass general strike across all major unions. May 1st, 2028. They are doing practice strikes to lead up to that. They are training people how to organize strikes. They are doing strike schools all over the country. They are infiltrating organizations like Amazon, like Starbucks, to set up unions purely to use it for their mass general strike. We are trying to map out these activist networks, and we're trying to show you how it's all connected so that people in the Trump administration can actually maybe do something about this, because right now the Trump administration has no idea what's going on. They think that Antifa is funded by George Soros and they're going to do some RICO thing. There's never going to be a RICO charge against Antifa because that's not how Antifa is funded. It's not how they're organized. And the Trump administration has no fucking idea. Thank you, Kali, for the super sticker. I really do appreciate it. Anyway, so if they don't want to do anything about it, I'll do it. And part of how I'm doing it is the Center for Left-Wing Studies. And because this is a nonprofit, if you want to take a tax deduction, you can take a tax deduction on any gifts you give the Center for Left-Wing Studies because it is a fiscally sponsored nonprofit. So just go to leftwingstudies.com, click on the give button, click on make your donation here, and you can donate once, you can donate quarterly, you can donate monthly, but if you want to take a tax deduction for this year, you have to make the full gift before the end of the year. So if you have any extra money sitting around and you're like, you know what, I really could use a tax deduction, go make a gift, take the tax deduction. I win, you win, we all win, and I will take your money and I will put it towards good use of doing the Occupy Libraries series of events next year and doing some other stuff that I need to do for this as well in terms of like archiving stuff, making stuff publicly available, paying for technology and that sort of thing that allows me to do all this stuff, which I really do appreciate your guys' help with because this stuff ain't getting done any other way. I can tell you that. I thought for years the right was doing stuff like this. They're not doing stuff like this. We're the only ones doing stuff like this. And so fine, but you know, gotta get teamwork makes the dream work and all that good stuff. I also want to remind people that I do have a merchandise store. It is redmenacesupply.com. And the reason I bring that up is we got these exclusive designs available for a couple more days only. So if you want any of these cool designs in the store, they are leaving the store at the end of December. And so if you want any of these, go grab them now because you're not going to be able to get them in January. And that would be very sad. All right, guys. All right. Now, before we get into the video, we do have a quick rules presentation, and then we are going to get into the documentary. Please pay attention to this informational video to learn how not to get permanently banned in my chat by being a dick. All right. For anyone that's new, we have some rules for Socialism Saturday. Let me go over them real quick. Socialism Saturday is a research group and a class. We do take this seriously. You're allowed to have fun. You're allowed to have a drink or two. You're allowed to kind of kick back and joke in the chat. However, I need everyone to understand that when we are researching the radical revolutionary left, we do take this seriously. And so if you're shitposting in my chat, I'm going to tell you to stop. If you are posting off topic in the chat, I'm going to ask you to stop at some point because it's going to be distracting to what we're doing. I need you to think of yourself as in a classroom. And I'm not talking about an online classroom. I'm talking about a real life classroom, okay? When you walk into a real life classroom, I am the teacher, you are the students. You are sitting in the desk, I am sitting in the front of the classroom. I'm standing there teaching you what is going on. If you were in a real life classroom, you wouldn't walk in, start throwing shit at the wall, yelling, saying, I disagree with you because my best friend said something different. That's not allowed. I don't care about your feelings. I'm not going to coddle your opinion. And that's going to be the way it is. And if you don't like it, you don't have to be here. But if you are in my classroom, you will respect my rules and you will listen to me. And if you do not do that, then you will be removed. And how you feel about being removed makes no difference to me at all. The expectation is if you're going to be here and you're going to be watching socialism with us and you're going to be participating in the chat, you are doing it because you are serious about learning this topic and understanding this topic. The minute that I think that you're just fucking around or you're trolling or something like that, you're going to get put in a timeout or permanently banned, and that's just going to be the way it is. Rule number 2, don't be a dick. Do not insult me. Do not insult other people in the chat. I can do whatever I want because I am the queen fascist bitch of my YouTube channel. So I can say and do whatever I want. But if you don't insult me and you don't insult other people in the chat, we're not going to have a problem. So be an adult, rein that shit in. Number 3, no whining. I don't care about your feelings. I don't care if you feel personally attacked. It makes no difference to me at all. And I promise you, I care about your feelings a little bit more than the left does. So if you can't handle me, you can't handle the left. If you start whining and complaining because you don't like the rules or you think you're being treated unfairly, you can just leave, bro. There's the door. You don't have to be here. Number 4, listen. Our job here and why we do Socialism Saturday is to listen to what the left is saying, to listen to what real leftists are doing in the real world. This is not to support your confirmation bias. This is not to support any conservative bullshit narrative that you may have heard on Glenn Beck that one time. This is not to be what you want it to be. This is to engage with reality. We need to listen, we need to actively listen, and we need to understand the left better than they understand themselves. That is the purpose of this exercise, okay? As part of that, I do ask that people refrain from debunking. You do not have a single debunk in your arsenal about the left is stupid because of reasons X, Y, B, and Z, or the left is her hypocrites for reasons X, Y, B, and Z. You don't have a single debunk that we haven't heard before, okay? And every time you put energy into debunking, that is energy that you're not putting into listening. So if I see you debunking, I'm going to tell you to stop because you need to put that energy into listening instead. Lastly, break the rules of my chat or disrespect me in any way, and I'll just kick you out, and that's the way it is. All right, one's in the chat if you agree to the rules and you're going to don't be a dick, no whining, ask good questions, listen and learn, all that good stuff. 1 in the chat if you agree to the rules, 2 in the chat if you think the rules are stupid so that I can ban you so you don't cause any problems and stuff like that. Hey, Prita says, I don't know who exactly is making the t-shirts in the Red Menace store, but they are excellent quality. The material is soft and comfortable. I love my shirt. Listen, Prita, I'm very, very, very particular about my shirts. And I actually do wear all my own merch. Like the reason I make merch is because I like it and I think it looks cool and I love the designs in the store, and I'm a sucker for like a good comfortable t-shirt. I pay a height. Like I use very specific t-shirts in the store. So there are a couple different places that print them, but like I am very, very specific about the brand and the quality of it. So I'm really glad you noticed that because that is something that is actually important to me because I wear my own merch and I don't want it to suck and be a rough like t-shirt. I want it to actually be comfortable. Hey, thanks Mountain Goddess for the chat. Guys, please listen to Karlyn. Don't get butthurt if she calls you out. Just listen and learn. Hey, very good advice, Mountain Goddess. I really do appreciate that. We got Dragon Balls in saying, Karlyn, following your IG, the Orwellian necklace needs to make more appearances. I know. Isn't it fucking great? Isn't it great? My Orwell eye necklace. I love it. I love it so much. Thanks so much, Dragon Balls. I appreciate you as always. We got another Cynthia. Cynthia makes me feel so guilty. Cynthia, thank you for the nice, generous super chat. Former KGB agent Yuri Bezmenov has interesting videos where he admits communists were trying to use race to push communism in America. They've been doing this for a long time. Dr. K knows what they're up to. Well, Cynthia, we did actually watch Yuri Bezmenov videos back in the day on Socialism Saturday, so you can find the archive of that. It's been several years though, and definitely like I do actually want to go back and watch those videos again, because if you've never watched Yuri Bezmenov, you have to watch Yuri Bezmenov. It's just like, it's so interesting. Now, I don't think that he fully explained the ideology as we see it today, but certainly his perspective is invaluable and those videos are highly worthwhile, and I definitely encourage everyone to check them out if you have not already. Thank you so much for being so generous, Cynthia, as always. All right, we got a whole bunch of ones in the chat on YouTube. We got some ones in the chat over on Rumble, and I do see your chats, Rumble, so I will be paying attention as well. Guys, let's get into our documentary and learn about anti-racist skinheads fighting Nazis.
Okay, listen up. This is the story of the Baldies. We were a skinhead crew.
an anti-racist skinhead crew. Before things got political, and before we fought Nazis, we were just a bunch of kids looking for fun. And our stomping ground was a little area in Minneapolis called Uptown.
So Uptown Minneapolis in the 1980s was a good place to people watch, and it was a good place to be seen.
Everybody went there. That was one of the meccas. If you wanted to know what was going on, that was like our internet.
There was just tons of people up there. I mean, I just remember all the lights.
People going to the Rocky Horror Picture Show at midnight at the Uptown Theater.
And then you had the kids, the alternative scene, the punk scene.
You know, I was thinking about this last night. One of my favorite moments of 2025 is, do you guys remember, it was maybe about a month ago, maybe a month or two ago, where Haymarket Books did an entire presentation where there were just communists whining about me? Like, literally, they did a presentation just whining about me and exposing them. And there were 3 communists that were in that presentation who we have watched on this channel, who we have exposed on the internet, who went massively viral for saying they were going to overthrow the government. One of those communists, we got fired from Texas State University. And then they did this whole live presentation and panel discussing me and crying about how mean it all was and all that stuff. And we were watching it live, and we actually took over their chat, and we said, whose chat? Our chat. Whose chat? Our chat. And we took over their entire chat in this live presentation, and they were so pissed off that they shut down the entire chat. Now, we all spelled whose chat wrong. We all spelled who's wrong. We used the wrong one. And that was a little embarrassing. None of us were good at spelling that day. But it was also kind of hilarious that literally almost every single one of us made exactly the same spelling error. But it didn't matter, because we took over their entire fucking chat. And we colonized their chat, and we made it our own. And I bring that up because I do appreciate the sentiment of who wants to start a viewers' revolution to overthrow the mods and abolish the norms of this channel. I do appreciate the sentiment of what you're trying to do. I don't think it's going to work out well for you, but you are welcome to try, because I have a little bit of more control over my chat than the communists had over theirs. I'll tell you that right now. But yeah, that was one of the best moments of the entire year. That was so funny. And yeah.
The core group of people were friends. Like, we were all friends in the punk scene. Older punks hated us because we'd go ape at the shows and do all kinds of crazy stuff.
I was like a punk rock kid, I guess. You know, punk rock just means you aren't like mainstream.
I feel like the most normal reaction to being alive and being a teenager in the 80s was to be a punk rocker. Like, if you weren't...
Thanks,
like,
Master Shake. I got it.
I mean, I can relate to the punk stuff because for me, I was a poor kid. You feel like that. You feel angry that you keep getting done.
I regret to say that we're in the worst economic mess since the Great Depression.
I don't think you can understate the effect of sort of that punk rock, no future ethos that was going on with kids who were punks at the time in Minneapolis, and what that made you feel.
So I want to give people some background here. Now, I have not studied this particular movement, and so this is all new information for me. But what I will say is the punk community is where a lot of far left ideas developed in terms of queer ideology. This is what I go into in that intro to queer Marxism videos. I talk about punk as one of the origins of like queer ideology as we know it today. Punk isn't, now this is not to say that everyone that was involved in punk was on the far left, because that's just not true. There were Nazis involved, like actual Nazis involved in the punk movement as well. And so I'm not suggesting that everyone involved in punk was a far leftist, but it was like a subculture subculture within a subculture where there were extremely far-left anarchists and anarcho-communists involved in punk communities and kind of coalescing around the punk community. And that has influenced queer ideology as we know it today. And apparently it's also influenced this, but this is just all new information to me. But I do think it's important to have that context that, like, far left ideology is, as we know it today, as we experience it today, it is intimately linked with the development and evolution of punk in the United States, which makes me very sad because I love punk music, but it is what it is, you know?
To reverse this terrible cycle of despair, we should return to the basic values that help build this nation.
Back then, it was like if you're a punk, it was okay to kick your
Hennepin Avenue had that like car after car traffic until like 1 a.m. So it was a place to go to see the freaks.
For people to walk by and look at you and go, "Oh, you freak," and for you to be like, "Yeah, I'm a freak." What? Excuse me.
City officials have received a few complaints about punk rockers, mostly that the kids loiter at the Uptown McDonald's. A beat officer was added there a month and a half ago.
Those kids loitering at their McDonald's.
You know, the cops were walking up and down the street. They knew all of us. They knew where we lived. They knew who was supposed to be there, who wasn't supposed to be there. Yeah, the businesses all hated us. They all hated us.
Gave the description.
So the problem, or perceived problem, of punk rockers will no doubt continue to persist while merchants and passers-by keep a nervous and watchful eye on them.
Well, they'd get pissed off at us if we'd be on top of the library. A lot of the kids would be skateboarding. We'd be hanging out, smoking cigarettes, and they didn't want us to congregate. And they would harass us.
And then where would you go?
Well, under the bridge.
Like we couldn't go to bars, right? So we would get malt liquor a lot of times, just go down there and drink because that way the cops wouldn't see you on the street. And it was just a social space for young people.
That's where we all grew up and learned a lot about everything, about being punk, about being a kid, about communicating with each other, the brotherhood, the teenage family or whatever was huge.
I love my friends more than I love my family. I mean, I love my family, but my friends make me a lot happier.
You guys see the fist? You see the fist? So anytime you see a fist like this, that's almost always going to be a sign of the far left. Anytime you see a fist. Solidarity, comrade. Oh, I didn't put the chat back on.
I don't know. All of a sudden, I met all these people that were like, "Come on, let's do this. Let's get crazy."
We all became a clique, and we started talking about like being skinheads.
There was a continuum, so it was just hanging out. It was more of the punk scene, and it was punk shows, and it was just the skateboarding in the neighborhood. It was just the guys in the neighborhood, basically. And so the skinhead thing, I don't remember like when that started.
In America, a lot of people that were basically bald punk rockers were considered skinheads.
Guys, remember the entire, for people who are commenting on the black skinhead, remember these are anti-racist skinheads, and the entire premise of this documentary is that the skinheads, these guys, were anti-racist. That means communist, and that the evil white supremacist Nazis co-opted being a skinhead, and they basically stole it. So they're saying that they're the real skinheads, they're the anti-racists, they're the communists, and that they're fighting the Nazis who co-opted being skinheads, I guess. Thank you, Little Miss, for the super chat. Karlyn, I still have to support your work. Much love and respect always. Much respect to you. Love you guys, two ladies. Thanks so much.
which wasn't exactly like skinhead culture in England.
Skinheads were a militant working class subculture. They were anti-authoritarian, sometimes violent, and their look was sharp and clean.
Back then, it was pictures, right? You'd see pictures, and then you heard about like the skinhead book.
Little Tim got this book by this guy, Nick Knight, and it was about the British skinhead subculture. And so we started looking at that book. We're studying, we're like, what is our role in this cultural continuum? Like, do we have a place in it?
We learned a lot about skinhead culture. We learned there was a division between anti-racist skinheads and Nazi skinheads.
See?
So I was reading about skinhead culture in Britain and learn about different struggles against racism. And in Britain, the fighting against the fascists.
Called the
fighting against the fascists, the evil fascists. Southpod said, why was punk co-opted so totally and not metal, goth, or emo? So Southpod, again, listening is fundamental. What did I explain? I didn't say punk was co-opted totally. So you kind of just made that up. And so the first step to understanding is you got to stop making shit up. I didn't say that punk was co-opted so totally. I actually said there were different subcultures within the punk subculture, and some of those subcultures were one thing and some of those subcultures were another thing, but I'm not making the judgment that it was co-opted totally. So I think the very premise of the question is wrong. I don't study metal, goth, or emo. It hasn't come up. So I don't know the answer to that. I don't know how prevalent these ideologies were. I mean, punk in and of itself is an anti-assimilationist ideology. So like the whole premise of punk is to not assimilate. That is the entire premise. I don't think the same thing is true of metal. I don't think the same thing is true of goth. I don't think the same thing is true of emo. Punk is a political philosophy as much as it is a musical style. So I'm sure it has to do with that. But again, we're talking about subcultures within a subculture. You're sick and out of it? Yeah, I totally get it, bro. But I just want to be really clear about that. Thank you so much for the super chat.
Nazis, boneheads. You know, we didn't see them as real skinheads. You couldn't be a true skinhead and be a racist.
You couldn't be a true skinhead and be a racist.
Really important
exactly.
Is the roots of skinheads aren't about racism. They're actually about two racial groups coming together for a mutual passion of style and music.
The book talked about like the birth of ska.
This is ska.
Ska is the original skinhead music.
Wow.
Well, ska's, for people who don't know, is basically what reggae came from.
Ska had come from Jamaica on a wave of immigration. And with the Caribbean music...
Well, Mountain Goddess says, seriously, email me. Same handle in chat, Google, email. I can even now show you artifacts. Well, you're welcome to email me, Mountain Goddess. Get in touch on my website. You can get in touch through decodetheleft.com. Send me an email, and I will definitely take a look at it. I do appreciate that. Thanks so much for the super chats and the support. Brandon, goth started as a subculture of punk. Again, I'm not going to speak to that. I don't know that that's true. And that is also not the topic that we're studying right now, but I do appreciate the super chat. And that's just, I don't actually think it's relevant to what we're doing.
Came the culture.
And we learned that it was Black Jamaican immigrants bringing their style when they migrated to England. And the working class white kids in England and the black kids mixing their fashion tastes together. And that was the birth of the original skinhead movement, which for me was important because of the biracial roots of the movement, because I felt like I had a place in it.
We sort of associated with that because in our own little way, we were a mix. You know, we were kids from the north side and the south side and kids that were also black and native and Asian, and were interested in something that was rebellious and against the status quo, but also had a kind of life and a culture.
My other friends that weren't skinheads were really upset about me shaving my head. That it was like I was joining a cult or a gang or something.
The skinhead thing was a whole different thing. It's like instead of look at that freak,
Okay.
they're like, oh, look at
No, 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 no! I am so fucking sick of conservatives coming into my chat and going, these people are all just useful idiots. They're useful idiots for the Democrats. They're useful idiots for George Soros. They're useful idiots for the WEF. No. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. We are going back and learning the original source material from the people who actually lived it, who are apparently not you. These are the people who drove the ideology and helped it evolve to what it is today as we know it. This is about being fucking educated about where this shit comes from. And if you come in here with your conservative retard bullshit, they're not all useful idiots for the Democrats. Bro, these people don't even like the Democrats. These people don't agree with the Democrats. These people don't support the Democrats. These people were never funded by USAID or George Soros or any of that bullshit conservative retard shit you probably believe. So your job is to shut the fuck up and listen and ask questions.
that guy. He looks like he could hurt me.
Every stream.
You would see one and you're like, nah, I'm not going with that dude. He looks like he's ready to go.
What appealed to me about Skinhead was it was working class. I'm like, cool, I'm working class.
Working class.
There's my mom. She's at a waitress scene right there.
The skinhead working class look included bomber jackets, Fred Perry's, braces, and the most iconic and expensive piece of gear, Doc Marten boots.
If you wanted to get a pair of DMs back then, you had to order them from Shelley Shoes, which meant you had to get an international money order.
And then you had to figure out the size difference because it's not the same.
3-4 months later, you got a package. You got a pair of 14-hole cherry reds. I mean, you look good, you know.
I love Doc Martens. I'm not going to lie.
You know,
I love
skinheads wore suspenders, but we didn't want the thick lumberjack suspenders.
I've got a kick-ass
The cool
pair
ones
of
were
Doc
the
Martens.
thin ones, right? Just a little bit wider than like fat shoelaces. And so Huey found some like tuxedo shop, you know, where people go to buy their wedding gear, and he found those thin suspenders. And so then we all got our thin suspenders, and then it was like, we had it. We had the look from head to toe. Like, we look cool. We look like we're in a band or something, but we're not. And then I started asking myself questions like, are we a gang? I was like, we don't look like disciples. We don't look like vice lords, but we're a family. We're a clique. What are the similarities between what we're doing and what is already out here?
And it was just like a natural progression of like, hey, we should start a crew.
The nature of all youth, you know, they want to belong, but more than wanting to belong, they want to belong to something that blows people's minds.
We love the Warriors. We love the movie The Wanderers.
What you talking about, man? Nobody's tougher than the Baldies.
I want people to recognize that, like, this is probably where direct action as we know it today comes from. The idea of doing direct action that Antifa does, the idea of like having this crew of people and you all have kind of like the same uniform, black bloc in the case of Antifa, that you go out and you do some sort of like destructive thing with that's violent and disturbing and stuff like that. Because doesn't it look similar? Don't you see like what they're doing this where they're all in there with their crew and everything and they're going out and they're doing something? That's very similar to like what Antifa does today.
Be sitting in little Tim's basement and watching. He had a video player, right? And so we were watching The Wanderers, and the Baldies was Shaved Head Gang there, right?
Beat it. Nobody with the Baldies.
We heard about a Minneapolis street gang from back in the 60s, also called the Baldies. They were known for violently kicking their enemies.
And so we just took that name and part of the culture and we made it our own.
We didn't really have a lineage per se, but there was a 45 that a lot of us had called the Baldy Stomp. And we put it on every once in a while. I got a kick out of it.
I think in the beginning, without the music, it wasn't anything. Just driving down the street through the city streets and that music playing and just feeling like, you know, together we're something.
But I remember that when I did.
Well, your challenge, I can never get a coherent answer from Sharpies on how they reconcile nationalism with far left ideology. They weren't far leftists. Far leftists are not nationalists. Anyone who is a nationalist is not a far leftist. Far leftists don't believe in borders. So they believe borders are a manifestation of capitalism. So I don't know what was going on, and maybe you were confused, maybe they were confused, but like there is no reality in which a far leftist is a nationalist. That doesn't happen.
Start hanging out with the Baldies, like all the music was just right on time and just dynamite. To have people that right away knew exactly what I was talking about and might know more about those bands or those artists was really like cool. And that was also a big way that we got our politics.
The politics, it's like you don't realize it. You know, like you're singing along, you're listening to the music, and you don't really think, even to this day, sometimes I listen to the lyrics, and I'm like, God, that was so insightful. It's all
this
about
is right,
unity
Cynthia.
And family and, you know, working class and being proud about that kind of stuff. And that really pulled me in.
So in a lot of ways, the politicization of our scene came through bands' lyrics.
This was working class music, and they called it Oi.
Yeah, Oi is rock and roll. It's, well, what they call Oi now is like street punk. It's like sub-genres in a sub-genre, you know?
And most of the lyrics are about people that are, you know, at the bottom of society, underdogs, people that are poor and in conflicts with the cops.
There's something that speaks to what being a working class kid is about, you know, and that's all the good and bad, I guess, that goes along with that.
There's so many great bands. The Business,
Cockney Rejects,
Angelic Upstarts,
The Oppressed,
Chromags,
Stiff Little Fingers,
Agnostic Front,
The Exploited,
Oi Polloi.
Guys, what's behind them? What's behind them? Hang on. What's behind them? What is that? That looks like a triangle to me. That looks like a triangle, but there's an anarchist symbol and there's a couple other symbols, but that's a triangle.
It was the music that helped us understand these things more clearly. It was the voice of the artist and the message in the music that helped us connect the dots and go,
Three arrows,
that's that thing I've been feeling. They're talking about it in this song.
from the music we listened to, the lyrics, the camaraderie we had at the shows. And for 5 years, that was the center of my life.
As you know,
Sally!
if you watch us with any regularity, parents already have plenty to worry about.
We love
now
Sally.
There's something different for parents to fear.
Right around that time
Sally
was
tackling the
when all the
Nazis.
information started coming out about Nazi skinheads in the media.
My guests today call themselves
Look at Oprah.
skinheads.
Look at that
They
afro.
are truly hate-filled. They are self-described racists,
white supremacists, Nazi lovers.
Where's
Most of the
Amalek?
people in the country that got familiar with what a skinhead was got familiar with it through the media narrative, and they thought they were all Nazis. And here we are, we're like, we're not.
I really want to go back and find the recording of those old episodes. Can someone right now, can you guys go do a scavenger hunt and find me the recordings of Sally and Oprah and Geraldo talking to neo-Nazis in the 80s? I would totally watch that. I would absolutely relive those memories. If anyone knows where to find those episodes, that would be awesome.
Nazis.
But there's 11 different factions of skins. You have scooter skins, you have gay skins, communist skins, socialist skins. There's no real one group that you can pin down and say, well, this is skinhead.
First of all, I like to say I'm a Jewish skinhead. Second of all, I like to know why you have only white power up there, and why don't you have non-racist skinheads up there?
Show's not about show's about racism.
I just heard what you said. You just said I don't sit with monkeys. You think because she's black, because I'm black, we're monkeys? Is that?
That's a proven fact.
That's a proven fact.
They promoted it.
I want to watch that stuff with Amalek so bad. I'm getting flashbacks of my mother watching this and 100% reacting to it. Oh, I absolutely watched this with my grandmother at my. I 100% watched this with my grandmother. That episode of Sally specifically, like I remember that. Thanks for the super chat. I appreciate it. Well, you know, he does have other things to do sometimes. He knows we're watching this. I already told him about it, so.
It's just so crazy. They denounce it, but it's kind of like one of those tabloid magazines, you know?
The thing I want to get off my mind is
I want to talk about this monkey stuff.
That's what news media in this country really was when it came to that stuff. It just sensationalized it.
I think it's important that we get a sense of what the young skinheads
Disavow,
are really about.
Disavow all that. No! They're fighting! Scary!
The national news media has been paying a lot of attention to the increased activity of the Nazi Party. The state of Minnesota has never been mentioned in those reports, but a substantial number of community leaders here have voiced varying degrees of concern about the presence of organized racist elements in our area.
All of a sudden, someone had spray painted swastikas everywhere. And I was just like super pissed off. This is the 80s. Who's spray painting swastikas?
And when the Nazis came, we all looked at each other. We're like, no, we're not going to stand for this.
Anti-racist skinhead.
At First Avenue, there was a big show as the Cro-Mags, which was a hardcore band from New York City.
When you had specifically bands like the Cro-Mags, there was always going to be a big skinhead turnout at those concerts. Most skinheads wouldn't miss those shows.
I believe it was at the Cro-Mag show.
Reagan, can you
where there'd be these guys and everyone's like, oh, they're racist, they're white supremacists. And I remember seeing Paul Hollis and I'm thinking that dude is scary.
Paul Hollis was pretty much a skinhead. I don't think anybody really knew much about like his politics or something. He was just a guy that was always around. And he was kind of a jerk, but so were a lot of other people.
Story goes is he just went to LA, met some Nazis out there, and came back with a different ideology.
And in our scene, Paul starts a group of kids, and they're called the White Knights. And they're his neo-Nazi skinhead crew.
And the Baldies and the White Knights were both there. And I remember that Paul Hollis had thrown down one of the Baldies in the pit, a little guy. And I remember Patty sticking his finger in Paul Hollis's eye and saying, "You're done. You're done."
The memories are.
Hang on, mass genocide. You can't send a link because you're not a moderator, but you should definitely be a moderator. So I'm going to give you a wrench because I trust you. So if you want to try to send the link again, go ahead. You're now a mod. Congratulations on getting your wrench, mass genocide.
Kind of hazy, but I remember a huge fight.
And that was kind of the line being drawn that the Nazis weren't going to be tolerated anymore.
We had a purpose now, being true to the roots of skinhead, which was in a turn being true to our friends who were from many different walks of life.
I am WOOO.
it was, I think, a natural progression of like, if you're a skinhead and you don't want a cancer in the scene, then you got to get rid of them.
Of all the people, Jay had a kind of vision for what the Baldies could be, and he had a method that I think was really smart and kind of ahead of its time. If we saw a white knight walk through Uptown, you know, he'd go over to him and confront him and ask him, "Are you a white knight?" And if he said yes, then Jay would say, "Okay, next time we see you, if you're still a white knight, you're going to get your ass beat."
It's really simple, dude. Either you're white power or you're not, and that's what we used to say to them.
It laid down the law about what was acceptable, but it also gave them a chance to think about their choices. And I think a lot of those cats hadn't necessarily thought through their choice.
Friday and Saturday nights, he was
Thanks,
having
Reagan.
keg parties. Paul Hollis was at his home, and a big swastika flag in the window. You know, it was punk rock. I didn't really think of anything. And so we party there and stuff and kick it, and they'd be talking some racist shit, and I was just like, oh, it's not real.
Should we do a whole episode tomorrow, maybe, just for fun, where we watch Sally Jesse? Should we actually just do that? I'm not even joking. I kind of want to just do a whole episode just watching old Sally. This is like a good year-end thing. We should do a whole episode just watching Sally Jesse. Sally Jesse Marathon Spectacular. That'd be great. Thank you, Mountain Goddess, for the super chat. Thank you for sharing this transition. I felt because they love to infiltrate because we all like the same music. I mean, it's just different subcultures. It's just different subcultures and learning the signs and like the culture of those subcultures. Appreciate the money.
Really my thing, you know, but I, again, was like, these guys are giving me beer. I'm 16
Yo,
years old,
Sally
hanging out.
Jesse. Yes.
And I remember being confronted by
Thank you.
a couple of the Baldies.
We found out where they were, and we like made it a priority. We stopped what we were doing, and we found them. They were all meek and shy, and I remember looking at them like, you guys are supposed to be racial terrorists, tough guys. You know, why are you all scared right now?
They said, "You come here again, you're getting kicked." And I looked at the dudes I was with, and these guys are wearing army boots and big wide suspenders, and these dudes are looking fly with creepers on, and some of them are dressed real traditional. I was like, man, these guys look more like what I'm with, you know. So I think that was probably my last night hanging out with those dudes.
We let them go. We left. We went to Rocky Rococo Pizza, and eventually Brandon walked up there and sat down with us. He's like, what's it going to take for me to hang out with you guys, basically? We're like, well, you can't be white power. You can't hang out with them no more. He was like, I don't like those guys anyway. I don't want to
Hey,
be like them.
Ghostface, thank you for becoming
Turns out
a member.
Brandon was just looking for some kids to hang out with, which is a lot of what the dynamic is. It's the young people looking for a sense of belonging, right?
We were giving these kids a chance to do the right thing. Some did, others didn't.
The next time we saw them, we fought. And then we fought and we fought. We'd fight at shows. We'd fight on the streets.
I mean, when it came down to it, like, I remember being very scared the first time I fought. But I always felt like, well, what else are we going to do?
America's history tells us that that's sometimes what needs to happen with Nazis. We know that was a necessity. People are willing to do horrible things to other people.
Most of us that were poor grew up in violence. So violence wasn't something that we shied away. It was like, oh, we're scared of that. We're like, okay, well, we're in a society where racist people do to our family members all the time. So now we can take it out on you guys and feel totally justified by it.
And I don't think you have to be violent to be a skinhead, but in where we were then, it was a big
Hang
part
on,
of it, actually.
hang on. We're not in your classroom, bro. You're in my classroom. We're not here to learn from you. I don't care. This is not relevant to what's being discussed. Just watch the documentary. Ask questions. This is about the far left. This is not about whatever history lesson you want to give us.
According to the Clanwatch Project of the Southern Poverty Law Center, skinheads hold racial hatreds as their only ideology and violence as their sole tactic. For them, violence is not a means to an end, but an end in itself. These two young men are skinheads who were convicted of vandalizing and defiling the kitchen of a Jewish dormitory at McAllister College in St. Paul. Among other things, they defecated in a piece of kitchen cookware.
Make such a big deal about it, it's like, can't you take a joke or whatever, Bunch of crybabies. Yeah, uppity Jews, just looking for something more to bitch about.
Disavow.
Who do I hate the most? Probably right now, it'd probably be the Jews.
Disavow, obviously.
Authority, yeah, the system.
We really felt like the white power skinheads were metalheads who had absolutely no style, and the only way for them to make themselves cool was to shave their heads and become Nazis.
Minnesota had the second biggest white power band in the world. Was here, Bound for Glory.
Jesus Hitler!
If you ever heard that stuff, it's really dumb. Like, it's horrible. It's really bad music.
We disrupted some of their shows. We tried to sabotage and undermine them. But they got really big. They were big in Europe. They were big all over the world. They became like a linchpin of the white power music movement. Now we're getting into daily violence and the necessity to recruit, because now recruitment and getting a bigger crew is a matter of survival.
The bigger the Baldies got, the more we attracted people from a lot of different backgrounds. I mean, they gravitated towards us because we did some kind of righteous shit,
By the time I'm like 18, so many people want to be rock stars, but that I wanted to be a Baldy. I don't want to be in a scene that even allows Nazis to be in the room.
The more of us there was together, the more fun it was to hang out. Remember, we're teenagers, so we like the attention we get when there's like 7 or 8 of us.
You would show up to like a hardcore show, 10, 15, 20 of your buddies, all dressed to the nines, thin braces, shaved head, polished boots. I mean, you look like you meant business.
Part of the thing about being a skinhead, 1/10 of 1% is in a fight or in something, but 99% of the time, you are doing what most people are doing. You're going to parties, you're hanging out with your friends. We were there to have a good time and relax and party.
Being young, it was just like, I was really kind of addicted to chaos.
I do think that's an important point for people to think about, because with the far left, it's actually like very similar. People don't understand, like, if you're not on the far left, why are people attracted to this particular subculture? Well, because it's a social community where people hang out and they do stuff that they like together. And the far left has a lot of things that they do together. They protest together. They do direct action together. They read books together. They talk about books together. They go to events together. They do things that any other normal subculture does, and that's why people want to be a part of it, because it is a social ecosystem. It's not just like the far left is not just about going and lighting a police station on fire. That might be something that comes out of it, but that's not what they do all the time. They hang out, they read books, they talk about subjects they're interested in. They organize, they do protesting, they get together, they we saw like over like the holidays, so, like there's some far left groups that will provide mutual aid. They'll provide, they'll do community service. They'll provide, dinner to people on Thanksgiving or on Christmas that maybe otherwise wouldn't, like, so it really is like, it's a social community. They're friends. It's not just a bunch of random people showing up. They know each other.
Kind of like your way of unwinding. And then it was like you kind of took that out into the night, and then, you tried to not do what you did the night before. I mean, yeah, we really took it to the edge a lot of the time.
I think we bullied some people because we felt like we were righteous and they were wrong.
some idiot at a keg.
Hang on, we got a super chat from Silver Beast. Thank you, bro. This brings back a lot of memories for me. In '96, I owned I don't know what that is, a ledge club in LA. Lots of fights in the pit with bands like Anti-Flag. Good times. Awesome. Well, I'm glad we're bringing back those memories. Thanks so much for the money.
Saying the N-word and thinking he was safe.
The N-word.
You know, because
I would never say the N-word.
You know, and then you'd get beat down.
I never felt like we were bullies, but we most certainly were. But I feel like what we were doing was just having a great time. You know, it's not like we beat anybody up at parties often.
Yeah, no harm. Yeah.
And the cops hated us. The bouncers at First Avenue hated us because if they try to throw one of us out, if they get swarmed, oh crap, we're outnumbered.
Anytime there's a group of young guys who are trying to assert their stance, there's a danger it could come off as just bullying or something. And I'm sure we probably weren't always the most articulate and probably sometimes got frustrated and short with people that didn't understand right away. There were people who said to us something we really did not like to hear. And that was, if you guys are going to attack people just for their political beliefs, you're just like them.
That mob mentality. You know, at some point, it starts to fester.
What do
on
you
itself,
know?
You know, because then you got egos and people being proud, and you know, so there was times where it was crazy.
That Henry Rollins. That looks like Henry Rollins.
Sometimes felt like, okay, boys, we're not in the Warriors movie. Like, I mean, there was always real behind everything, but it got a little dicey sometimes where you're like, okay, come on. Francis Ford Coppola is not filming you right now. The end.
Okay, no. I have now told you no twice. This has nothing to do with what we're talking about. I am not going on some crazy conservative, unhinged pedophilia obsession conspiracy theory. I'm not doing it. This has nothing to do with what we're talking about. Please stop. If you're going to be in the chat, you have got to stop doing this.
Some of the gals that hung out with us that are like baldies, they weren't having it. Like desexualizing women like was just as valid as fighting racism. If you're gonna be about it, be about it. And I think a lot of the guys stopped just going out for the weekend and grabbing the next bird.
I think if they were called out on it, they would be like, oh yeah, for sure. But nobody jumped in
Feminism ruined this too.
the line of fire to be like, this is what we believe. It was more us women calling them out. It wasn't that wasn't on their checklist of priorities for sure.
You can't say you're about this issue without bringing this one with you. You can't say you're anti-racist or you're about something and then just like shit on women. You can't do
it.
There was
You can't be an anti-racist and then just shit on women. What is that called today? What might we know that is today? You can't be anti-racist and then shit on women. What is that called today? Pop quiz for the chat. Feminism is not the correct answer. Feminism is not the correct answer. Woke is not the correct answer. Ding, ding, ding! Yes! Intersectionality. If you have more than one oppression point, then all the oppression points add up to get the most oppression. Intersectionality. Early stage intersectionality.
A lot of feminist consciousness that really influenced our behavior. Thinking about the baldies that were
Intersectionality. Think of intersectionality as basically all of the ways in which you are oppressed by capitalism. So if you are not a private property owner, you are oppressed by capitalism. If you are in the socially constructed category of woman rather than the socially constructed category of man, you are oppressed by capitalism. If you are queer, you are oppressed by capitalism. If you are someone who has a uterus and then therefore can have an abortion, you are oppressed by capitalism. If you are a disabled person, you are oppressed by capitalism. If you are a fat person, then you are oppressed by capitalism. It's basically all the different ways that you are oppressed by capitalism, and the more ways that you are oppressed, the more intersectionality points you have. So like a Black trans woman has more intersectionality points than a straight white disabled man. Because even if that man is disabled, even if he's in a wheelchair or something, he's still straight, white, and a man, whereas a trans Black woman is trans, Black, and woman. So the trans Black woman has more intersectionality oppression points than the straight, white, disabled man. Even though he does have some oppression, he doesn't have as much oppression as the trans Black woman. Does that make sense?
Women, young women at the time, you know, they were really critical of our patriarchy, our
Yes, and that means you get to
sexism.
speak before others at meetings. Yeah.
Some of the strongest women, you know, I met were here, kind of keeping the guys in
And
check,
Black woman.
not just standing there in the background.
And I'm just going to say, we weren't
Like
effectively
sexism.
integrating feminism or battling homophobia at the time. And those
Oh,
were real issues.
homophobia, another one.
The classism, like, yeah, we're all in class. Oh yeah, we're all one race. And it's like, oh yeah, women are people too. Oh yeah, queer rights are human rights. It was like an evolution.
Queer
We
rights
weren't
are
all
human
born
rights.
You know, I have to remind myself that like every day is that we weren't all born gifted, brilliant, socially aware people, and definitely not me. And I remember like driving past and telling some guys from Minneapolis, like, oh yeah, this is where the spot where we were throwing eggs at the drag queens. And they would just turn around and looked at us like in horror. Like,
they threw eggs
what?
at
You
drag
did what?
queens?
Like,
wow.
That's totally effed up. Like, that's not what you do. Like, why would you do that? I'm like, oh, I don't know. I really just wanted to egg somebody.
Wow.
There were neo-Nazi formations all over the country. There were the Hammerskins down south and the American Front out west. And we felt like we needed to build allegiances.
The things that the Baldies were dealing with was happening all in these other cities at the same time, even though we didn't have like the internet to connect us.
We had this like little road trip we took to Madison, Milwaukee, and Chicago. And we brought a stack of flyers with us because we wanted to
Anti-racist
start
actions. I
touching-
want everyone to pay attention to that. What does that flyer say? Hang on. What does that
Chicago.
flyer say?
And we brought a stack of
Anti-racist action. I want everyone to keep that in mind because when we're done watching this documentary, this has about 20 minutes left. We are going to be watching a discussion from a socialist bookstore that happened 2 years ago called The Story of Anti-Racist Action. So this is going to be a discussion from people who lived this in real life, who wrote a book about it, and this is directly related to the documentary that we're watching. So excellent find from Reagan on this one. I also want to have people note, so the Midwest is kind of interesting. The Midwest is where a lot of far-left activism and ideology has developed. From Madison, Wisconsin, Milwaukee, Wisconsin, there was a ton of far-left organizing in that, in militant queer organizing in those cities. There was a ton of it in Chicago. There was a ton of it in Minneapolis. There was even some of it in Indiana. That whole little Midwest corridor is very integral to the development of far left ideology in the United States. The bashback movement originated from the Midwest. All this shit is happening in the Midwest. And so it's funny because people think that a lot of this stuff comes from either like San Francisco or Los Angeles or New York. And a lot of it does, like that. There's certainly stuff going on there too. But this little Midwest corridor of like everything from Madison, Milwaukee, Chicago, Indiana, and then Minneapolis, that little corridor also was just like the birthplace of a lot of the more crazy far left stuff. Wisconsin is probably the most interesting one to me because you may not guess that Wisconsin is a birthplace of that, but it really was. The bashback movement basically formed in Wisconsin. The Mary Nardini gang, who is the group of militant queer activists that wrote some of the most influential queer activism literature that is still read today, they were in Milwaukee. And so you might think it's all from like New York or San Francisco. Some of it is, not all of it. No, they didn't move to California. This is what I'm trying to tell you if you shut the fuck up and listen. They did not move to California. No, they didn't. It was in the Midwest.
To Madison, Milwaukee, and Chicago. And we brought a stack of flyers with us because we wanted to start touching base with people in other cities. And that was actually pretty fruitful. Met a lot of people that were right on board with us and started immediately networking.
Yeah, Ann Arbor and Detroit. Good
Talked
point.
about what we would like to see in our city and supporting other cities. And so we'd go and support other cities and clean the Nazis out.
When we started meeting these crews that were facing the same kinds of questions we saw that there was something there that could be bigger. So we put out this call to organize a network.
This idea of having the skinheads come from all the different cities and kind of merge on one city, and then it would be like workshops.
Yes, this will
all
be available to
different
rewatch
workshops,
later.
And lectures and a lot of music, a lot of drinking, a lot of, chasing Nazis.
We contacted anti-racist skinheads all over the country and invited them to come to Minnesota. We held a summit in Uptown.
Minnesota.
It was Martin Luther King weekend.
And we all crowded up in that conference room at the library. It's like over 100 of us. Yeah, I got up and I was overwhelmed. I almost cried. It was a powerful experience. Being, a 16, 17-year-old kid and looking out at that sea of faces and realizing that we did that.
You found your cat? Awesome, Katie.
We
That's
had a
great
march.
news. I'm glad to hear it.
Walked through freezing cold weather, covered up racist graffiti that was around certain neighborhoods.
Then scrawled some graffiti of their own as police kept their distance just down the street. They were mostly young whites at this Martin Luther King birthday march, many of them skinheads or baldies as they're called here.
But I was smoking cigarettes, I was going to shows, I was hanging out all night, I was drinking under a bridge, I was carrying signs and screaming at people, and it was perfect.
Racist groups have organized and, they have a complete network now, It's time for us to do something about it too.
And so we had this idea of creating a federation of all of these different groups that were against the fascists. Students and kids that were influenced by hip hop and graffiti.
And it evolved from that early baldies where we were disenfranchised kids, street kids. It evolved into this machine, this anti-racist action.
Anti-Racist Action, or ARA, was an organization we started.
Wow.
It was always had a connection with anti-racist skinhead culture,
I didn't
but it
realize
became
that.
less
That's
anchored
crazy.
to that.
Amalek has got to watch
We
this. I'm
knew
gonna
that
send
there
this to
was
him.
so much that needed to be addressed, so much going on in the world that's not right.
Then you realize, it's not just these Nazis from St. Paul. It's the system of government and the police system. And there's all these other things that if we're going to really fight fascism, we got to go and fight it all.
They want to start disrupting the establishment. And so I'm all for it. I don't exactly even know what that means right then, but it definitely sounds exciting.
So now, whenever the Nazis came into our city, we had a coalition to confront them.
White women, white guilt. These are the lovers of free speech. We came here not wanting trouble or violence.
But violence is all they got. Some threw rocks, others spit at them. They all shouted down the Nazi message.
I was watching it. Do I need to go back? Did they say something about capitalism? This is all Amalek's fault. I was DMing him because he's not here. Okay, again. Anarchist books. Oh, look at that.
Much going on in the world that's not right.
Then you realize, oh, it's not just these Nazis from St. Paul. It's the system of government. And
It's the system
police
of government and the
there's all
police
these other
system.
things that if we're going to really fight fascism, you got to go and fight it all.
Bro. If we're going to... Oh,
They
yo!
want to start disrupting.
Wow. Wow. Kind of seems like they're communists, guys. I'm pretty sure they're communists. Are they saying they're communists? Because I'm pretty sure they're saying they're communists.
They want to start disrupting the establishment. And so I'm all for it. I don't exactly even know what that
Burning the
means
Visa
right
card.
then, but it definitely sounds exciting.
So now, whenever the Nazis came into our city, we had a coalition to confront them.
White women, white guilt. These are the lovers of free speech. We came here not wanting trouble or violence.
But violence is all they got. Some threw rocks, others spit at them. They all shouted down the Nazi message.
I'm drinking coffee right now. Nothing fun. Don't worry about it. Yo, Cynthia! Thanks, Cynthia. Congrats to everyone who
ARA
got a
was
channel
becoming
membership.
a real force of activism. Meanwhile, the Baldies were still playing street games with the Nazis.
And by that time, we had got a name for ourselves, and so the white supremacists were onto us. They would want to come through and test us. On one particular time, they came through and they spray painted death to race mixers on my mom's house. My stepdad, who's black, opens the door. I'm coming down the steps, and somebody fires 2 shots that lodged in the ceiling, and they ran off. And so that was pretty close to home, man. That's when it really escalated. At that time, I was probably 17. I started carrying a gun every day.
We started to realize the consequences of the violence. The consequences of the violence were that we showed them that they're not safe. They're willing to retaliate. Now we're not safe. No one's safe.
The only safety was in numbers. We continued to travel to meet people interested in ARA and the Baldies.
Kieran was really key in the networking. Kieran went on a tour as a member and representative of ARA, and a couple guys from the Baldies went with him, and they wound up establishing the first person-to-person contact with skinheads out in Portland.
Skinheads in Portland, you don't say. You don't say. Portland? Wow.
The result of that was a Portland chapter of the ARA starting up. And ultimately we got...
So one of the reasons this stuff is so interesting is that when you go back, you can see how this developed. You can see how Portland became one of the most leftist cities in the country. You can see why Chicago was able to completely do anti-ICE organizing to the extent that they basically chased the Trump administration out of Chicago. And I think it's very interesting to see how this ideology migrates to the different cities. And you can go back and see through the fucking punk subculture. That's how it happened. And again, I think this is really important for us to understand, because if you don't understand how your enemy grew to what they are today, you can't do anything to kind of like get in front of it. And that's what we need to do as like counter-revolutionaries or whatever. We need to get in front of this stuff. We need to be able to understand where they're going to go next before they get there. And so you can't do that unless you understand how did they get from to A to the letter like N or whatever, that'll tell you how they're going to get from N to Z.
Permission to form a crew and call it the Baldies under the Baldies umbrella in Portland, Oregon.
Yeah, and this is another extremely important point. This stuff did not start with George Floyd. This stuff did not start when Donald Trump got elected to office the first time. This stuff did not start with Barack Obama. All of this stuff was going for decades and decades and decades and decades and decades before Barack Obama got elected president. And so again, like I hear so many people on the right say, this all started with Obama. No, it didn't. No, it was our militant queer activism started in the 70s. It started evolving from the 70s into what it is. It actually started before that, if you want to be technical about it. It actually started in 1950, but it really started picking up a lot of steam in the 70s. Critical race theory was developed in the 70s. It started in the 70s. It started to build. DEI training was starting in the 80s. So this stuff has been evolving for decades. The schools, they've been trying to take over the schools since the 70s. So anyone who thinks this just started with Obama, or this just started when Trump got elected to office, or this just started with George Floyd, no. It's so much deeper and so much scarier than all of that.
Portland's a unique place. In the Northwest, it was originally created as a whites-only state, so it's a very white state.
The Oregon state constitution actually forbade non-whites from settling in Portland
What?
for years.
The Oregon state constitution forbid non-whites from moving into the state? Based? Like Portland was based? Portland started off based? Wow. Holy shit.
So it's a very white state.
The Oregon state constitution actually forbade non-whites from settling in Portland for years.
In the early 90s, there was like 300 Nazi skinheads and multiple white power gangs in Portland.
In the 80s specifically, we had war, we had East Side White Pride, which were the guys that killed Mulgeta Sarah, which is really what set off our movement.
Dead is 27-year-old Mulgeta Sarah.
After Mulgeta Sarah got murdered, we all started pushing back, and we pushed back really hard.
It broke through
December 31st, 1992.
Again, this is why I tell you guys, please ask questions. Don't make statements. Please ask questions. No, it didn't break through to the mainstream in 2020. It broke through the mainstream way before that. They took over the public schools by 2008, 2009, 2010. Every public school completely locked down 10 years before you're saying it broke through the mainstream. No. Just because you became aware of it in 2020 does not mean that that's when it broke through to the mainstream. Occupy Wall Street is a much more accurate indicator of when, although you could also make the argument that the ACT UP movement in the 80s was pretty fucking big. The ACT UP movement in the 80s got all sorts of national media attention. The ACT UP movement of the 80s was basic. If you don't know about the fucking ACT UP movement, bro, the ACT UP movement was like the George Floyd of the 80s. So it broke through the mainstream then. They were all over mainstream media. You could even make the argument of it going back before that. So no, it did not break through in 2020. Just because you became aware of it then does not mean that's when it broke through. Yeah, anyone who went in a Hot Topic in the 90s or the 2000s understood that this ideology was in the mainstream. I promise you. Just because conservatives don't shop at Hot Topic because they never got piercings or tattoos or anything and listen to sucky music. Yeah, listen and learn. Thank you, Suzanne.
Oregon, there was a massive ice storm. The entire city was covered in black ice.
Making the freeways and the streets a skating rink.
We just got home from a party, and these Nazis are calling the house saying they're going to shoot us, they're going to do all this, and we're like, cool, we got guns too, or we could just meet and fight.
We headed out, and we went to the spot where we were supposed to meet them, and they rolled up. It gets a little blurry right then. There's a lot of yelling and screaming. Car window rolled down, and the guy pointed a gun at us. I had a rifle that I owned legally, but I had brought it with me while drunk to this confrontation for reasons I can't justify. I mean, I thought maybe we'll have to scare them away, whatever. I started firing some shots into the air. I fired a few shots in their general direction. The detective said, it's really a shame what happened to that kid. And I was like, well, what happened to him? And he said, well, he died. And I just started crying, you know. I never wanted to take someone's life.
And through sheer coincidence, the victim was from the Minnesota Nazi scene.
Wow.
So I didn't know who it was. Eric Banks was the lead singer of neo-Nazi band from the Twin Cities, Bound for Glory. I turned myself in and I made a complete confession. You know, I thought I had a pretty good self-defense case. On the other hand, we're an anti-racist gang going to meet a racist gang, and we brought guns with us and we had a gunfight. And that doesn't sound like a very good self-defense case. I had 5 years prison and then consecutively 5 years post-prison supervision. So
I didn't think it was going to be a thing that like suddenly there's kids in Portland and this other stuff, this fighting and this annoyance. I just didn't think that the Nazis were tough enough. I didn't think they had the guts, right? I thought this was going to be over quick and we could talk about where to get the next pair of Doc Martens.
And I was really strangely optimistic that things were going to
They
change.
had tiki
and that this was
torches
kind of
back
gonna
then.
be the
Oh
end
my
of, like,
god. Are you serious? They had tiki torches back then?
Where to get the next pair of Doc Martens.
and I was really strangely
Amlek's gonna love this. Amlek is gonna love this. He's gonna be so happy.
optimistic that things were going to change and that this was kind of going to be the end of like this racism. I mean, sadly it's not true at all.
Oh, that's recent? Oh.
So there's
Well-
these through lines that are
Well, trust me when I say that Amalek's still gonna be happy. Amalek is gonna be in ways that I can't explain to you guys. You have no idea how happy this is gonna make. So wish he was here right now. I need to look at this very carefully. Hang on.
Where to get the next pair of Doc Martens.
And I was really strangely optimistic that things were going to
You
change
told
and that
Amalek
this was kind of going to
yesterday?
be the end of like this.
Did you explain to him that the tiki torch scene was in it though? Because the tiki torch scene is critical to the equation in ways I'm not going to explain. Hey, thanks to ladies. Crazy how history keeps repeating itself. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Racism. I mean, sadly it's not true at all.
So there's these through lines that are part of white supremacist organizing and militancy that never disappear. They just change the way they look because it's part of their strategy.
Proud boys.
I think politically speaking, the Nazis were probably smarter than we were. They decided we're too visual.
Gavin.
Everybody can see us, who we are. So let's start to blend in. Let's start to figure out how to use computers to be a recruitment tool.
And so what you see today is you see the result.
Cynthia! Thanks, Cynthia, for another 5 gifted channel memberships. Cynthia putting everyone else to shame, per usual. Thank you, Queen Cynthia of the chat, for your ongoing generosity. I really do appreciate it.
Of their appeal to a more mainstream white audience.
Like, obviously, that politic is now coming in different form.
QAnon
So it's not
shaman
coming through these sort of like
though.
youth subcultures anymore, but coming through this political apparatus that Trump has been associated with.
You're not really surprised by the depth of the racism in this country. and how like white supremacy is always protected.
Capitalism is always protected.
I mean, America is inherently racist.
I am not,
You
Cynthia.
know, there's no if, ands, or buts about it. It's just if you grow up here,
America is inherently racist. I'm sorry, what was that?
like white supremacy is always protected. I mean, America is inherently racist. You know, there's no if, ands, or buts about it. It's just if you grow up here and you're not brown, then you benefit from white supremacy, whether you like it or not. That's just the way it is.
What pop quiz for the chat? What is he talking about? America is inherently racist. If you grow up here and you're not brown, you benefit from white supremacy. What is he talking about? Explain what he... Here's what I want my veterans to do. I want you to explain to the new people in the chat what he just said, as though you're explaining it to a friend. Explain what he just said. Don't just say one word. One word is not explaining it to a friend, guys. If you were going to, if you had a friend that said, what the fuck did he just say? And you just said capitalism, you would not be explaining what he just said. I'm asking you to explain what he just said. Thanks, Matt, for the super chat. I really appreciate it. I'm loving this video as well. Guys, one word is not explaining. No, this is completely wrong. This is not correct at all. Nope. What did I tell you earlier? Have you not learned that it has nothing to do with white skin color? You obviously haven't listened because you keep on ignoring the fact that I keep explaining. This has nothing to fucking do with skin color. I have said this no less than 15 times on this very stream. This has nothing to do with skin color. Your answer is completely wrong. This has nothing to do with skin color. Nope, but well, that's not explaining it. What is white privilege? Explain what white privilege means, because it doesn't mean white skin color, guys. Again, if you are still under the mistaken impression that this means white skin color after everything I've explained so far on this stream, that is a sign that you are not listening and you need to shut the fuck up and listen. Reagan says we are all oppressed under the capitalist system because we are fighting against systemic racism, which is the capitalist system or the system that upholds racism. Yes, Reagan, that's all true, but that's not the question I asked. I asked, what did he just say? He said everyone that's born in America is fundamentally racist. What does that mean? Do we need to listen to him again? Obviously, we need to listen to him again because no one actually listened to the question I said. I need you to listen to what he's saying, and I need you to explain in the chat what he is saying.
Inherently racist, and how like white supremacy is always protected. I mean, America is inherently racist. You know, there's
America is inherently racist. Literally not a single person in the chat has explained why America is inherently racist. This is why. Oh, I need to shed the ego? Oh, I need to shed the ego? Yeah, you're right. You are going to get banned. Go the fuck away. When you have watched 5,000 hours of socialist content, gone undercover with Antifa a dozen times and recorded hundreds of their private events, then you can tell me to shed the ego. Until you have done all those things, literally shut the fuck up! Am I clear? New people. Am I clear? People who have never gone undercover at a leftist event. Am I clear? People who have never even attended a single spy stream. Am I fucking clear? You don't tell me to shed the ego when you have done literally fucking nothing. You don't get to tell me that. Go do something that actually aligns with what's going on in the real world, and then, and only then, can you come back and lecture me. We are going back to the question that I asked. Whiteness equals capitalism? True, but that's not answering the question that I asked. Okay, but why? Why, Sassy? I didn't ask for a statement. I asked you to explain why. Nope. America was founded by... Why are you saying white? Why are you saying white colonialism? Has nothing to do with white nothing. Try again. If you are injecting white like it means skin color, guys, you are missing the entire fucking point. I have not seen one single Cynthia in with another 5 channel memberships. Thank you, Queen Cynthia of the chat. Congrats to whoever got a channel membership. Aha. 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 Brooklyn in with the win. America is inherently racist because chattel slavery created the system of capitalism, so they believe racism is built into the brand of the system. If capitalism is spoken, yes, this is correct. This is the correct answer. This is the Brooklyn, the only person to get the answer correct that I've seen so far. So we're going to run with that. Awesome, awesome, awesome. I'm super happy that Brooklyn got that. That's awesome. Guys, basically what they believe is that if you were born in America, America is a fundamentally racist country that was built on the theft of private property from the indigenous people. I got you. Don't worry about the typos. So they believe that America only exists because people came over and stole property, excuse me. People came over and stole the land from the indigenous people and privatized it under the oppressive force of capitalism. That is the founding of America. They believe the entire United States Constitution was built on the theft of land. They believe the entire American system of government is built on the theft of land. It only makes no sense when you're literally not shutting the fuck up and listening and not asking questions. What you are doing, Bevs, is making statements because you do not understand what you are talking about. You might be explaining something. You are not explaining what the far left believes. What I need you to do is literally shut the fuck up and listen. Yes, they believe that too. Congratulations. Congratulations. You figured out they believe that too. So, because America was built on stolen land, colonized land, that means the entire country is racist because it is built on a fundamentally racist system in which land was stolen from the indigenous people and privatized under the oppressive force of capitalism. Slavery came later. Slavery also furthered the foundations of that, but really the origin point is the theft of the land. The Constitution was built upon the theft of the land to protect the private property rights of the owners, the masters, the bourgeois. The entire system of the United States government was built on top of the Constitution, which they believe is a fundamentally racist document. That is why they say that everyone in America is racist, because they believe and by the way, slavery was built on top of that too, and the Constitution was written to protect the rights of the property owners, i.e. the slave owners. The slaves were property. The slaves were another form of private property. Therefore, capitalism created slavery. The land back movement that we've recently become familiar with because of the Turtle Island Liberation Front getting arrested for wanting to set off bombs in major American cities, they were a land back movement. Turtle Island means America before the land was colonized. Okay? So it's called the Turtle Island Liberation Front because they want to overthrow the government, abolish the Constitution, because the Constitution and the government uphold capitalism. They cannot abolish capitalism until they get rid of the government and the Constitution. The land back movement, the Turtle Island Liberation Front that was going to bomb major American cities, that's all part of the effort to decolonize the United States and take back the land. And that is how you fix racism, according to the far left. What questions do people have about what I just explained? If you have questions, ask a question. Do not dare say anything in my chat to the effect of, that doesn't make any sense for reason X, Y, B, and Z. Ask a question. If you are confused, ask a question. If you don't understand, ask a question. Do not make any fucking statements about why this is wrong, because this is not wrong. This is what the far left believes. So if you are under the impression that what I just said is wrong, that is because you are not understanding something and you have to ask a question. Correct. It is not about skin color. Borders are about the borders are about private property ownership or capitalism. So correct. Bev, wrong again. No. They don't believe in countries, Bev. So no. So the Turtle Island thing is basically what their solution is. So okay, again, this is a good question. Turtle Island is what they believe America was originally called before it was colonized by the people who came over and stole the land. So they want to return the land to the indigenous people who were the caretakers of the land. They believe that the indigenous people did not own the land. They were simply the caretakers of the land. But when the colonizers, the European colonizers came to America, they stole the land and then privatized it, put a border around it so that they integrated it into capitalism. Turtle Island is America before it was colonized by the European colonizers. They believe that all land is stolen. All land is stolen. Any other questions? If land is not owned by the collective, then it is considered to be stolen land. They want to eliminate all borders. They don't want borders to exist. So it doesn't fucking matter. Stop trying to own the libs and ask a serious question. They don't believe in borders, bro. So no. If you have a question, just ask the question. You don't have to say I have a question and then wait to be acknowledged. Just ask the question. Does anyone else have a question? Rumble, I'm looking over at you. Let's see. We got George Rockwell. Well, that's the name. Well, abuse your chat. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. George Rockwell over on Rumble is a massive pussy, is banned from my stream. So the organizations like the Turtle Island Liberation Front and Weather Underground groups, did they just rebrand those groups? No, I wouldn't say it's a rebrand. I would say that there are thousands of far left groups that do this stuff all the time. And just because you've only heard of a couple of them, Bob, doesn't mean they've rebranded. It's like, this is the same way the left has always been. And Rumble, if I'm hurting your feelings with my tone, literally get the fuck out. That's how I feel about it. You don't have to be here. Go somewhere else. All right, let's see. Any other questions? Let me see. So if they were to succeed, where would they go back? There are no borders if they succeed. All the land belongs to everyone if they succeed. They don't have to go anywhere because there are no borders, because there are no countries, there are no states, there are no cities, there are no counties, there are no towns, there is no home ownership, there is no land ownership. They don't have to go anywhere. There are no borders after they succeed. Thanks, Dragon Balls. By the way, every year I teach the Iroquois legend, The World on the Turtle's Back, but maybe from a pro-capitalist viewpoint. Isn't that funny? Thanks for the super chat, bro. Appreciate it. They don't care about Africa. They don't care about... This is about America, Melissa. This is not about Africa. Stop trying to own the libs. The owning of the libs is why conservatives never learn anything. Thank you, Cynthia, for another 5 gifted channel memberships. I really do appreciate it. Cynthia, the rock star queen of the chat. Let's see. Looking for other questions before we continue. No, did I say... Sassy, you have a really bad habit of making shit up, and you really need to cut it out. And I see you doing it in the chat all the time. Did I say they wanted the capitalists dead? No, I didn't say they wanted the capitalists dead. I didn't say that at all. I said they want to abolish the Constitution and overthrow the government. I did not say they wanted the capitalists dead, so please, for the love of God, stop making shit up. No, well, I mean, yes, but okay. Would it be safe to say that's what CRT means, that racism is in the USA? Yes. Okay. Yes. I judged a little bit quickly. Yes, you're right about that. Critical race theory teaches exactly the philosophy I just explained, which is America started with the theft of the land. The Constitution protected the theft of the land. The government was built on the Constitution. It also protected the institution of slavery because the institution of slavery was about private property ownership. All of that created systemic racism, which means the system that upholds racism, which is capitalism, racism. Critical race theory is about studying systemic racism, which is, again, capitalism, but through the lens of race. We haven't strayed off topic at all. We're answering questions related to the topic. The memberships are luck of the draw, bro. Luck of the draw. Hopefully Queen Cynthia rains it down, or other people can contribute channel memberships too. Or you could just buy your own channel membership too. You could do that. You're allowed. All right, let's continue.
No ifs, ands, or buts about it. It's just if you grow up here and you're not brown, then you benefit from white supremacy. Whether you like it or not, that's just the way it is.
So like there's this adage that a lot of us black.
Yeah, but Sassy, what I just tried to tell you very nicely, and now I'm going to be a little bit more blunt and I'm going to be a little bit more mean because you're still not fucking listening. Your understanding of the left is wrong because you make a lot of shit up. When you stop making shit up and just listen to what's being said instead of making shit up, you will understand the left far better than you actually do, because right now you're just literally making shit up. And I'm not just saying about this one thing. I've seen you do this over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. And now I'm going to really tell you what's what, because I want this shit to stop. I do not like people making up shit in the chat. Stop making shit up. You don't understand. So your understanding is irrelevant because it is not accurate, because you're just making shit up. They tell us what they believe, Sassy. You don't need to make anything up. Cynthia in with another 5 gifted channel memberships. When is it? Cynthia, do you ever run out of channel memberships? Cynthia, I imagine in my head that Cynthia married a very wealthy, good-looking, dapper man. And when that wealthy, I don't know how old you are, Cynthia, but this is just what I have in my head. I have in my head that you're like a billionaire widow or something, and you're just like raining down the billionaire widow money, like 5 channel memberships at a time. And I love you for it, Cynthia. I love you for it. I'm just saying you can also make donations to the Center for Left-Wing Studies. I'm kidding. I'm really kidding. I love that Cynthia sends in super chats. I love that Cynthia buys channel memberships. I'm just in my head picturing Cynthia as a wealthy widow of a billionaire that treated her very, very well or something like that. That's my fantasy anyway. Our own person. Cynthia is our Oprah. Exactly. Yes, this is correct. The term whiteness doesn't mean white people, but rather property owners who remained outside or inside rather, while the slaves and the laborer were outside. That's exactly right. Whiteness means people who did not work in the sun. Blackness means people who did work in the sun. A black property owner is still practicing whiteness. That's exactly right. You can have black skin color and be white under this ideology. 100%.
Kids heard from our elders when we were young, and it is, you can be friends with those white kids, but one day they're going to be white on you. And when you're a kid, you don't want to hear that because there's all this innocence around your social interactions and relationships.
It is hard, Debbie.
So when something bad happens, you're still like, well, okay, that was a bad incident. But because you have white friends that you're cool with, you don't go, all white people are or white supremacy is dominant. You still don't necessarily put that frame on it because you're a kid and you're having fun and you're enjoying life. You're not coming up against
shit, I fucked up my
the
knitting.
structural elements that are systemic.
The structural elements
I'm
that are
still
systemic.
seeing the things I saw when I was a kid. I just see them with more clarity and more consistency and more awareness.
In the Reagan years, it was punk rock that spoke to me because the lyrics in the punk rock songs spoke to the hypocrisy of society and the institutions that I felt in my body when I was trying to fit in and not allowed to fit in. And ever since then, I've been using MCing, spoken word, and poetry to engage my activism around the consciousness around those questions that I first started to ask as a young person.
The veil is lifted, but you saw through it because you are gifted. You always knew it.
Being in hip hop allowed me to establish myself not only as an artist, but as an activist and an educator. And that gave me opportunities to mentor.
An artist,
and
an
that's how I met
activist,
Michael
and an
Fletcher.
educator. Wouldn't you know it?
This is Mike.
And he was born to the storm of abnormal, a horrible excuse for a nuisance, but quite adorable.
He's young, he's a skinhead, and he's dealt with white supremacists.
I was involved in an incident on a train where this bonehead was picking on these two little black girls, right? I intervened. Long story short, I got stabbed in the throat. And I got politically engaged from that.
I bet
the
you
FBI
did.
looking into whether hate crime charges will be filed against an alleged white supremacist.
Through that, I'd already been to some punk shows, and I knew that there were these politically engaged dudes that dressed real well and beat the out of the same kind of people that I didn't like now. And now I had like beef. You see what I'm saying? It's different now because now it's personal. It's on my body. I have to wake up and look at it every morning.
Well, we do actually a fair amount of them, Southpod. So I would say come back to the channel. We do sometimes do them during the week, Monday through Friday at 5 p.m. We sometimes do them on Socialism Saturday. We've done many of them in the past. I appreciate that you like it, and thank you for the money.
Skinhead revolt.
35th reunion. Wow. He does look like Timothy Chalamet. You're right.
Skinheads revolt.
The fact that we were a bunch of kids that were kind of faced with something and we didn't really know what to do about it, and we just did the right thing, you know, and we never backed down. There was just a purity about it because nobody told us what to do, and that was the beautiful thing. And that's like what we took from
I'm glad
punk.
you found it too, Sheila. Welcome.
Like, it's a special group. Like, the Baldies are something special. And getting together with them to just kind of talk about what we started.
White supremacy is a big part of America.
Matt giving Cynthia a run for her money, or starting to anyway. You still got a ways to go, Matt. But hey, I do appreciate the 10 channel memberships. Super generous. Thank you, Matt. Congrats to everyone who just got a channel membership. Everyone's going to have a channel membership before the end of the night at this rate, and that's cool.
In history, you know, a group of kids from South Minneapolis isn't going to win that battle, you know, but we were there for each other.
You know, you start getting older and you start getting kids and you get jobs, and the Baldies themselves, they just went everywhere.
They
You know,
had
I mean, some of them became
Hey guys, they had
business
jobs.
owners, and some
You
of
know
them
they have
became
jobs.
employees, and some of
Left
them
has
became
jobs.
drug dealers, and some of them
Wow.
died.
I didn't know the left had jobs myself.
In a lot of ways, a lot of us have grown up, and like, I was a paramedic, you know, my partner, he's a social worker.
And I've also been involved in labor unions for the last, a couple decades. So that's where a lot.
Cynthia will not be outdone. Cynthia will not be outdone by Matt. And now Cynthia has gifted another 10 channel memberships. We're up to like something like 98 memberships gifted on this stream. That's crazy. 96 new channel members on the stream, guys. We still have a whole other presentation to watch. Thank you guys. Super generous. Great way to end the year.
A lot of my organizing is now.
And I've been able to sponsor some men who are white supremacists. And then also
Hang on, we got another super chat from Dragon Balls. Fun fact, when I lived in Beijing, my Chinese colleagues hated the dark tan people, including the South Chinese, because they were farmers and workers, they wear sleeves on scooters, have whitening agents built into their store. Wow. That's crazy. They're allowed to be racist in Beijing, but we're not allowed to be racist here, are we, Dragon Balls? Hey, I appreciate the super chat. Thanks so much for your ongoing support.
connect them with another Baldy who runs a laser tattoo removal. We've been able to get some of their white supremacist tattoos removed, and that's been pretty amazing.
Okay.
We have to find new ways to fight. I don't think beating
Dan!
everyone up is going to solve it. I mean, we have
Dan gifting 5 channel memberships, and now we're over 100 new channel members on the stream. That's awesome. Thank you guys for the support.
to educate people. I'd like to beat everyone up, but it doesn't.
We're not going out fighting tonight, Lorraine. I'll just tell you that right now.
It doesn't stop it. I mean, it's not going to stop it. So it is educating people.
1, 2.
Got it? We hit the end?
I mean, because I never grew my hair out. I never stopped liking the music. I never stopped dressing the same way. I just stopped going to shows and beating people up or getting my ass kicked.
I wouldn't want anybody to have to go through any of that stuff, because I think there's a lot of people who got like PTSD from that. Just like if you talk to someone who is not from the city and you start telling them stuff, they think you're like a psycho killer. And you're like, well, that was the 80s.
You know what? I'm not really much of a worker. I'm from working class, but keep it.
You don't say.
I just want to have fun. I still do at 55, and I'm doing okay. Got a lovely wife for 15 years and a house in New York City, you know. Things are good.
So sometimes punk rock works.
Sometimes it works. Sometimes it doesn't.
Got it. Do we have any more? I guess that's it. Well, that's our documentary, guys, and we've already had a really, really productive class. But guess what? We have basically a double feature tonight, because now we watched the documentary about anti-racist action and how that all got started. And now this is a panel discussion that took place at Firestorm Books. Firestorm Books is a radical queer bookstore in North Carolina, where apparently there is a book about the whole thing that we just watched. So we're going to hear them have a discussion about that. This is a discussion that took place about 2 years ago. So this is March 29th, 2023. So actually almost 3 years ago now, but it'll still probably be hyper relevant to what we're watching. 3 contributing authors from We Go Where They Go discuss their new book on the history of anti-racist action and the thrilling story of a massive forgotten youth movement that set the stage for today's anti-fascist organizing in North America. So it's not out of the realm of possibility that what we're watching right now very literally laid the groundwork for Antifa. Does everyone understand this? Why is all this important? Is it just about listening to punk music and seeing a story about communists versus Nazis? This all laid the groundwork for Antifa as we know it today. That's why we care about this. So if you would be so kind, please make sure you mount the like button. I want to thank everyone that has contributed so far on this stream. You guys are blowing me away with the amount of support we're giving. I love it. And I hope you appreciate the double feature we've got tonight. So thank you to everyone who has super chatted. Thank you to everyone who sent in a channel membership. Special shout out to Cynthia, who has gone above and beyond again on another stream. We appreciate her so much, but I appreciate everyone who sends in super chats and donations and channel memberships and that sort of thing. You guys rock, and you allow me to do what I do, and I will always be grateful for it. And oh, look at this. Anti-racist action org switched their name to Antifa in the mid-2010s. How about that, Mizakan? How about that? Isn't that funny? Michael Lodenthal also told us that anti-racist action was the precursor. Fascinating. All right, let's get this party started, guys.
At least East Coast time. So we're going to go ahead and get started. I'm really excited to be doing this tonight. Thanks so much for joining us.
I gotta pee, guys. I'll be
My
right
name's
back, but
Liberty,
let me know if I miss
and
anything.
I'm a member of the Firestorm Collective. We're amped to be hosting this discussion tonight about the history of anti-racist action with 3 authors from the new book, We Go Where They Go, by PM Press. So Firestorm, if you don't already know us, we're a 14-year-old radical bookstore owned and operated by a queer feminist collective in Southern Appalachia on the land of the Cherokee people. We strive to feature books and events that reflect our interests and the needs of marginalized communities in the South. And we're continuing to do the vast majority of our events, like this one, online, both because it feels great to be able to connect with people at a distance, and also because we know that COVID is continuing to present a significant barrier to a lot of people in our community. If you're interested in signing up for future events, follow us on social media, and I'll share a link to our newsletter in the chat. We send out maybe one, or we're doing really good, 2 newsletters a month, and they often feature upcoming events like this. So please note that we are using Zoom's Q&A tool tonight. If you want to ask a question at any point, just go ahead and find that at the bottom of your screen. Or if you're joining us from Facebook, you can use the comments section on the stream. All right, so we're going to get started. Tonight, we're joined by We Go Where They Go co-authors Shannon Clay, Kristen Schwartz, and Michael Staudenmeier. Shannon Clay is a student, historian, and community activist from the Mountain West. Coming up after ARA had largely declined, he learned of its little-known history through anarchist networks and saw the need to document and publicize its history for a new generation of activists. He's been involved in student organizing and in prison solidarity and abolition work. Michael Staudenmeier is a veteran of many anti-fascist and anti-imperialist and anarchist projects over the past quarter century, including working with ARA Chicago in the 1990s and 2000s. He's the author of Truth and Revolution, A History of the Sojourner Truth Organization, 1969 to 1989, and many other shorter works of political analysis and historical scholarship. He works as assistant professor of history at Manchester University in Indiana and lives in Chicago with his family. Kristen
Manchester
Schwartz
University, you don't say.
With the Toronto chapter of ARA from 1982.
Oh. We have a newbie in the chat that decided to own the libs instead of asking questions. Matt, what you should have said is, Karlyn, why are socialists using tools of capitalism if they claim to be against capitalism? Instead, what you did was decide to own the libs. And in deciding to own the libs, you showed us that you don't actually understand what these people believe. Allow me to explain. In the Communist Manifesto, it literally says, you are allowed to use the tools of capitalism as long as you're working to overthrow the system. So literally every single time a conservative retard says something like, why don't they like capital? Why do they use capitalism if they don't like capitalism? Why do they own a MacBook computer if they don't like capitalism? Why do they have an iPhone if they don't like capitalism? They're allowed to. They're allowed to based on their own ideology. They live in a capitalist system. They have to survive in a capitalist system. As long as they are using the tools to fight the revolution, then they are allowed to use the tools of the capitalist system in order to fight the revolution. As long as they don't assimilate to capitalist norms and they're constantly trying to overthrow it, that they're this is literally written in the Communist Manifesto, guys. Every time you guys say this, you look dumb.
Until 2003, and is grateful to have had the opportunity to contribute to the long struggle against white supremacy. She went to work in community radio and has produced several audio documentaries, including Women, the Oppressed Majority, the Latin American Revolution, and Ravaging of Africa, some of which were syndicated across the Pacifica Network. Her writing's been published in Our Times, Canadian Dimension, the Canadian Center for Policy Alternatives.
Well, this is an interesting question mark in Portland. They definitely have jobs. Yes, they all have jobs. I mean, listen, there of course there are always going to be some unemployed people. There are always going to be some anarchists who don't want to get a job, whatever. But like 95% of leftist activists have jobs, possibly even higher than 95%. They all have fucking jobs. So Mark is asking a really good question. What jobs do they prefer the most? Pop quiz for the chat. What jobs do socialists and communist activists prefer? This should be really easy. What jobs do socialists and communists prefer? Teachers, they're teachers, they're teachers. They are your children's teachers in K through 12 schools. They are college professors. They are teachers. Academia, they do work in government too. That's correct, but academia is the big one. They are teachers. They control the colleges. They control the universities. They control the K through 12 schools. They control the teacher licensure. They control the teaching unions. It's teachers. Now, there are other jobs as well. I mean, they have jobs in all the unions. Again, we went over the major unions that they control earlier. They control the United Auto Workers. They control the Grocers Union. They control all the Amazon unions. They control the airline unions. They control the Starbucks unions. They control the teachers unions. They control the SEIU. They control the Teamsters, regardless of whether the Teamsters want to admit it or not. They literally control every fucking union. Every union, you should consider every single union to be run by far leftists, and they're all using the unions for political organizing. But no, don't bring that shit up in my chat, because what you're doing is trying to feed into conservative hysteria based on something that hasn't been brought up. So stop it. Every time I discuss the left, conservatives are like, pedophilia! That's all they fucking care about. They cannot see anything else. Anyway, let's get back to this.
Monitor and labor. Welcome, folks. Thanks so much for being here tonight.
Yeah.
Your book has been just a real joy to read. I don't.
Oh, did I try crying about it? How about I just permanently banned you from my chat for being a low IQ retard who isn't here to learn? Go away.
Often have the experience of moving quickly through nonfiction. I actually read more fiction, but I read the book in 2 or 3 sittings. It was just very hard to put down. And as someone who came into radical politics around Seattle when ARA...
Why do all the unions they control endorse the Democrats? Most of the people that we watch in the unions don't give a flying fuck about elections. Most of the people in the unions don't give a flying fuck about elections. So that would be my answer. They don't actually give a flying fuck about elections. But if you're so desperate to own the Democrats, literally go back to Fox News, because no one that we're watching tonight is a Democrat, and it kind of seems to me like you aren't fucking listening and you aren't interested in learning. So, oh my God. No, there is no way to get education back. It's gone. There is no way. Cynthia in with another 5 gifted channel memberships. Cynthia, the goat of the chat. Thank you. Thank you. I do love it when people tell me to calm down. It tells me to ban
really
them from the
was
stream.
such a defining force in kind of North America for anarchists and the left as a whole. It really, I don't know, it like hit a bunch of stuff that I don't often get to kind of explore in contemporary nonfiction. So I can't recommend the book enough, and I know I'm going to really enjoy hearing more about it and about the history that y'all discuss in the text. So thanks so much. I'm going to pass it off to Shannon.
Cool. Thank you so much for the kind words, Liberty. Hello, everyone. I'm Shannon. I'm one of our co-authors, obviously. Thanks, everyone, for being here. Fucking pumped. We were just discussing, and I don't know how much y'all care, but for your information, we, the 4 of us speaking, like, see each other, don't see the audience. I know at least some friends of mine, I think my brother is in the audience. Thanks everyone so much for coming out. We unfortunately can't see you, but we're all the more grateful to know that you're in the ether. Okay. So yeah, we were thinking for our format today, the 3 of us speak one after another to start off, sort of covering both a chronological and thematic order of the history of anti-racist action. And then we'll open up to Q&A a little bit later. So I'm going to get us started off. And actually, I'm going to start with a reading from the book because we think it's a really good encapsulation of what anti-racist action was. If you have your copy, you can read along. It's page 1. Okay. The Nazis had a wedding hall, but ARA had a baseball team. Near the end of May, it finally starts to feel like summer in the Twin Cities of Minneapolis and St. Paul, Minnesota. It begins to feel like anything is possible, and optimism runs deep regardless of your politics. St. Paul's local neo-Nazi band, Bound for Glory, fresh off a show in Idaho in honor of Adolf Hitler's birthday, decided to plan a high-security concert in St. Paul for Saturday, May 20th, 1995, and the local branch of Anti-Racist Action, ARA, decided to stop them. Years before, ARA had used physical confrontation to make it impossible for Nazi bands to perform publicly in the Twin Cities, and they weren't about to let it start all over again. Through what longtime member Kieran later called pre-internet age detective work, ARA determined that would-be Nazi show attendees had been told to pick up tickets and a map to the secret venue at a public park on St. Paul's east side. On the day of the show, ARA-affiliated activists reserved a permit for a picnic and softball game in the park, but this was no typical ball game. The 90 or so anti-fascists who showed up shared 1 or 2 softballs, a handful of mitts, and an assortment of about 75 aluminum and wooden bats. Those not playing ball rode bicycles around the perimeter of the park and used walkie-talkies to alert everyone when a suspicious car approached. Beyond the bats, one other weapon was on hand. An older comrade, a Vietnam veteran supportive of ARA, was positioned away from the group with a single concealed firearm. The agreed-upon plan was that the anti-fascists...
Oh, yo, no shit. No shit. No shit. From the praise for this book, I was a big supporter, and it was an honor to work with the anti-racist action movement. Tom Morello, Rage Against the Machine. I'm not remotely surprised, honestly.
would accept a brawl and take a beating if it was unavoidable, but that if any fascist pulled a gun, this comrade was authorized to act as necessary. In the end, everything went right for ARA and wrong for the Nazis. There was no violence at all. Whoever had been expected to hand out tickets and maps never showed. A handful of cars with Nazi fans drove into the park, and each time, as Kieran put it, a large crew of community baseball players headed over to greet them. Without exception, the Nazis drove right back out again empty-handed. ARA sleuths had also identified the concert venue, an empty wedding hall on St. Paul's west side. For a couple of days prior to the show, activists went door to door in the neighborhood to alert people about the hate to be unleashed that Saturday night. As a result, when the picnic and ball game had successfully concluded and dozens of militants drove to the venue to confront the band, they found hundreds of confused and angry neighbors already filling the street in a spontaneous protest. The neighbors wanted the show shut down at least as much as ARA did. The police, and eventually even the mayor of St. Paul, arrived on the scene to diffuse the community's anger and, quote, to avoid a riot, end quote, according to Kieran. Quote, they finally announced that the show was being called off for public safety reasons, end quote. Police drove the band members and the few fans who had managed to show up away from the venue. The protest turned to celebration as the sun set on a warm, early summer evening. So the reason that we began the book with that little vignette, and the reason that we're starting this event with it, is because we really do think it encapsulates a lot of really key themes of what ARA was and how it worked. So what was ARA? Anti-Racist Action was a militant, broadly based youth anti-racist activist network based primarily in North America, in the United States and Canada. Our book covers the history from about 1986, when it began in anti-racist skinhead scenes in the Midwest, to 2003-ish, when ARA did continue to exist. It continued to exist until 2013, when it renamed itself the Torch Network, and that's still active today. But we end our book in 2003 because it was significantly smaller and was starting to evolve into something else by around that time. But Anti-Racist Action really basically was both basically defined like what anti-fascism and what like the dreaded Antifa really looks like in North America.
Wow!
Especially now, like, 20 years after the end of our book, very meaningful.
I need to clip this. Hang on. I need to clip this right now. That was just so direct and overt. This defines what Antifa is today.
Youth anti-racism, a lot of really key themes of what ARA was and how it worked. So what was ARA? Anti-Racist Action was a militant, broadly based youth anti-racist activist network based primarily in North America, in the United States and Canada. Our book covers the history from about 1986, when it began in anti-racist skinhead scenes in the Midwest, to 2003-ish, when ARA did continue to exist. It continued to exist until 2013, when it renamed itself the Torch Network, and that's still active today. But we end our book in 2003 because it was significantly smaller and was starting to evolve into something else by around that time. But anti-racist action really basically was both basically defined like what anti-fascism and what like the dreaded Antifa really looks like in North America, especially now, like, 20 years after the end of our book. Very meaningful changes have happened, and things have changed over time. But Antifa today would not really be what it is in North America without anti-racist action, who began it and who were a really big deal, just as far as like numerical participation. Hundreds of chapters, probably 1,000 plus activists at one time or another, or especially including people who were sort of fellow travelers or in the mix and showing up to events and things like that. So a very important and exciting story.
All right, that's good. That is like the most perfect clip ever. Is that the most perfect clip ever to give to someone? Like, where did Antifa come from? Well, I'll tell you where Antifa fucking came from. Thank you, Reagan. I appreciate that. I think I saw Daniel post that in the chat earlier as well. Let me see. Got it. Awesome. Perfect. This is awesome, Ray. I had seen this on their channel and I always wanted to watch it at some point. But, there's just so much content we want to watch out there that it just didn't make it until now. That's fine.
I can find, or maybe.
Oh, wait, we got a big super chat. Hang on. I couldn't answer the big super chat because I was recording. We got a big super chat from Mountain Goddess. Thank you for the $50. I really appreciate it. I'll have to catch the second half upload later. I just want to say thanks again for doing what you do. I know it's not easy and can be dangerous. You are extremely important and you are putting yourself out there to deliver it. Take care. Thank you, Mountain Goddess. Very generous. I really do appreciate it. It's been a great year and I appreciate all the support, and just keep moving forward and keep getting bigger in 2026. So thank you for stopping by, and look forward to seeing you soon.
Off of memory, those again sort of key themes that are specifically illustrated by that story of them showing up to the baseball or showing up to the park and having their little softball game. The way we put it in the book, a commitment to linking mass mobilizations against fascist targets with direct and sometimes violent confrontation by a militant core of anti-fascist activists. So we have in that story going door to door, leafleting, bringing just neighbors and everyday people out against Nazis in their own community, and also a more a smaller, tighter knit group of people who are ready to be a bit more confrontational and strut around with baseball bats. The skillful collection and wise use of counterintelligence and the notion that the cultural terrain constituted a political arena, that like having a punk show is not just like an innocent party if it's Nazis doing it, that culture and politics are intertwined and matter, and that connection matters. So that's a broad overview of ARA, and then, as I said, we're going to get into sort of a more of a chronological and thematic run through. I will start us off just briefly with how anti-racist action started. Anti-racist action began in, as I briefly mentioned, anti-racist skinhead crews in especially the Midwest of the US and as well as Canada.
Hey, thanks for becoming a member of the channel,
who's in
Milky
the audience
Cornbread.
tonight.
Appreciate it.
Not sure what people's backgrounds are, but a lot of the time, you say skinhead, and sort of in the predominant mainstream understanding of that term and that culture, like you immediately think of racists and racism and Nazis. But that was not always the case, and indeed, still is not the case. Skinhead culture first arose out of basically melding of white and black working class youths in the UK. It was an explicitly multiracial culture of basically working class kids getting together and liking similar music and hanging out and going to shows and partying. Really, based sometimes on not a whole lot more than like being working class. Their classic fashion and the shaved heads and the Doc Martens, and so then it was in the by the 80s in the US, you have these skinhead groups who are in the Midwest. You have a group called the Baldies in Minneapolis, for example, who are a multiracial group of skinheads. When all of a sudden Nazis start showing up, or skinheads start showing up, and they're going up to these kids and like asking who they are, and these kids are explicitly saying that they're white power. And so that really begins basically a turf war of anti-racist skinheads versus racist skinheads in the Twin Cities of St. Paul and Minneapolis, for control of like basically who is able to be in local youth scenes and local spaces and venues, the downtown area, just like street corners where people would hang out. They really thought that the anti-racists who are beginning our stories thought that it really mattered, like if people could safely go to shows and hang out without being harassed or attacked by Nazis, and thought it mattered if Nazis had a safe space to be public and to recruit. And so they weren't okay with that, and so you have anti-racist skinheads pushing back against the racist skinheads in these crews. They then broaden it up a little bit, and the name Anti-Racist Action has come up with to bring in not only skinheads into this fight, but other people who are in the same youth crews. And so you have, in the case of Minneapolis, you had this crew, the Baldies, and they create the name Anti-Racist Action because they want to bring in, hardcore kids and skater kids and hip hop kids. And they also bring in, to an extent, they have some alliances with like local sort of street gangs, which is something that one person we spoke to in particular really wanted to stress that connection. And they basically really significantly succeed at pushing the Nazis out of their youth spaces, and then also building up into something bigger. Anti-Racist Action goes a little bit wider, and they're also doing, like educational work. And Chicago, for example, is speaking to kids in high schools. That's because this model is sort of pretty popular and getting picked up, that a lot of different cities in the Midwest are having these problems with Nazis around the same time, and sort of realize through the connections of the punk scene at the time that they're going through similar things, get in touch with each other, and build into that, again, they're fighting the same fight, and they want to create a sort of unified force that reflects that, and that they are, again, fighting the same fight. So you have Minneapolis, you have Cincinnati, Chicago, Kansas City, you have Milwaukee, you have Winnipeg, a lot of different cities where basically very similar things are happening. All the way over into Portland, where it for a bit got very serious, where some Nazi skinheads murdered an Ethiopian man and student named Mulugata Sarah, and and after that murder, again, the sort of local punk scene and skinhead scene said that they were not okay with these very violent Nazis organizing in their spaces, and so got organized to push them out. And all of these, again, just similar trends happening in various different cities and various different scenes. And that is the beginning of anti-racist action. And what a beginning it was. So we're going to move on now, and I'm going to pass it over to Mike, who's going to take us a little farther in the chronology and through some of the...
All right, we have a retard in the chat. Karlyn won't debate anyone serious, just criticize people who aren't here to defend themselves. I'm here, drop a link. Yeah, unfortunately for you, bro, I don't know who the fuck you are. No one knows who the fuck you are. This is not a debate show. This is a class. You are basically walking into a college level class and saying, debate me, bitch. And I'm like, bro, you're like a fucking bum off the street. I don't know who the fuck you are. So no, bro, I won't be debating you. Goodbye.
Themes of our history after anti-racist action began in the
Cynthia!
late 80s, 1986.
5 channel member membership.
late,
Thank you,
yeah,
Cynthia.
through the late 80s in these anti-racist skinhead scenes. So thanks everybody. Thanks,
Yeah,
Mike.
it's, oh shit, it's Lefty Jim.
Absolutely. Hi everyone. It's nice to be here. I can't see you all, but I'm happy that you're all here. So I was one of the 3 of the 4 of us co-authors who was involved in ARA, and I often say that I was involved in what we sort of describe in the book as the peak period of ARA in some ways, which comes after that sort of early phase that Shannon just described, where in many ways ARA is sort of closely aligned or defined by its participation in skinhead scenes in particular. And so in a period that runs roughly from the mid 1990s until the early 2000s, ARA sort of envisions itself in ways that I want to describe in as much brevity as I can, right? I want to sort of get us to the point where we can have meaningful conversation and have some Q&A, but I want to focus on both the context in which that kind of peak period of ARA emerged, and also reflect on a couple of key accomplishments that we managed, particularly on the US side. I'm going to let Kristen talk in more depth about some of the stuff happening in Canada more or less simultaneously. So in terms of context, I want to highlight 3 elements because I think that in historical investigation, context really matters. It matters because it can help us frame and reframe the activities that we're specifically focused on. So our book is about anti-racist action, but the ways in which we as co-authors think and wrote and talk about ARA is dependent upon a couple of core kind of aspects of the context within which ARA operated. The first, and I think really important one on a very macro level, is that anti-racist action really is at its strongest in a period of what we would call neoliberal democratic control of the US government. And that's basically the Clinton era, right? So Bill Clinton is the Democratic president of the United States, elected in 92, re-elected in 96. He's in office until 2001. And then he's followed immediately by what we could describe as the neoconservative Republican regime under George W. Bush, which is in power then continuously up through 2009 when Barack Obama takes office. And in that time period, especially during the Clinton era, but also in a different way under George W. Bush's presidency, there's really strikingly little political partisanship, I guess you would say, of the sort that is
hang on. I want to bring up what Prit is saying here. Isn't it ironic? Many of the roots of this all started with rowdy, rebellious kids. Decades later, you have grown adults preaching it. It's almost as if they never stopped believing it, right? It's almost as if the old adage that conservatives like to say, liberal when you're young, conservative when you're old, it's not actually true. There may have been a time when it was true, but decades and decades and decades and decades of indoctrination in every bit of schooling that these people have ever had, it's not true anymore. I try to emphasize this to people all the time. They think, oh, those kids, they're going to grow out of it. They're going to grow out of it. They're going to grow out of it. No, they're not. No, they're not. It's not because they never grew up. It's because they were introduced to these ideas when they were in elementary school. They had these ideas all through their schooling, all growing up. They were taught these ideas by every teacher they ever had that, by the way, their adults told them to trust the teachers. The parents told them to trust the teachers. And so the parents literally sent the kids to leftist indoctrination factories in which this is all they ever learned. And then they went to college, and then they got sucked into far left ecosystems and organizing in college because it was the thing that everyone was doing, and it gave them a social outlet. And so very literally, every single bit of schooling these kids have ever had has been infused with this from the time they were 5 years old. They don't know any differently. When we are young and we learn information when we're young, it cements itself in our heads and it is damn near impossible to get out of. This is why kids start learning, when kids start learning languages really young, they're much more likely to become fluent because they learn the information faster and it cements in their head forever and ever and ever. My husband started learning English when he was 7 years old. That's what they did in the Ukraine. And so like the same thing applies. If you learn far left activism and you're in kindergarten, in first grade, in second grade, in third grade, and yes, they are teaching this stuff that young, it cements it in your head. So it's not that they didn't grow up and get a job. First of all, they all have fucking jobs. The idea that they don't have jobs is ridiculous and stupid. They're running a bookstore, they're publishing books, they're writing books, they're distributing books. Guess what? Those are all jobs. So they're not growing out of it. And this idea that all those people protesting are going to grow the fuck up and get a job and they're going to grow out of it, it's stupid and it's wrong and it's unhinged from reality because they are not going to change their minds. They've been taught this since they were 5 years old by everyone they were told to trust. They have fucking jobs. Their job is to do this. Their social ecosystem is around this. They are not growing out of it this time.
Definitional really about US politics today. And that matters in the context of ARA's rise because when you have low levels of political partisanship in the mainstream and you have generally, some of the lowest turnout, for instance, in presidential elections in modern US history, that provides openings on both the left and the right for people who have more radical agendas to be able to make a case for themselves. And it's in that context that ARA really begins to thrive. At the same
Hey, thanks, Southpaw, for the super chat. My best friend's son is 14. There is no way at all to convince him gender isn't a choice. He's a jock and a sports kid. Yeah, because he's been learning gender as a choice since he was 5 years old. That's why. It sucks, but that's the right way it is. I appreciate the money.
Same time, we also have to acknowledge that it provides an opening for our core opponents, people who are on the extreme right, what you might think of as a determined fascist core that operated in that era overwhelmingly outside of the mainstream of American politics, and importantly, outside of the Republican Party.
Not anymore!
In that way, very different than the sort of far-right white nationalist threat as it exists
Thank God
today,
for
where a portion of that threat is interior to the Republican Party. So that's context number one. Context number two is that on the left, there is a small but vibrant radical movement, largely identified with young people and largely identified with a kind of cultural politics. We went back and forth. We were working on this book about what do we use the word subculture. I don't even remember what we decided, whether when that was appropriate or not. But definitely the notion of a politics that's infused with cultural questions, whether those are questions of what music are you listening to? What kind of fashion are you wearing on your bodies, right, to demonstrate your political commitments? But in that context, this is a generation, I guess, technically most of us are Gen X, right? The generation that is weaned on the politics of punk rock. It's also weaned on the politics of militant hip hop, and it's weaned on experiences with militant feminist and queer politics as they emerge in the 1970s, 1980s, and into the 90s.
Boom!
And that's
there it is.
Really important for understanding how ARA developed.
Actually, I'm going to clip that. That was good.
That when that was appropriate or not, but definitely the notion of a politics that's infused with cultural questions, whether those are questions of what music are you listening to, what kind of fashion are you wearing on your bodies, right, to demonstrate your political commitments. But in that context, this is a generation, I guess technically most of us are Gen X, right? The generation that is weaned on the politics of punk rock. It's also weaned on the politics of militant hip hop, and it's weaned on experiences with militant feminist and queer politics as they emerged in the 1970s, 1980s, and into the 90s. And that's really important for understanding how ARA develops in the way that it develops. And then the third kind of context point that I would like to just sort of put front and center is ARA was never an anarchist organization. We were deliberately, avowedly, proudly non-sectarian and included people from all kinds of left ideological backgrounds. But anarchism was really crucial in the moment in which ARA is emerging, in part because this is a post-Cold War movement where anarchism had a sort of this brief flowering in a lot of ways, especially in the period before, during, and after the Seattle experience in 1999. But anarchism was pivotal within ARA, in part because it led the way in rejecting other kinds of anti-fascism. It led the way in rejecting liberal notions of anti-fascism, and in particular in rejecting statist responses to fascism. The point of unity that says we don't rely on the cops and courts was really heartfelt, in the sense that we thought the way you stop fascism is not by getting fascists arrested or putting them in prison, but rather by confronting them militantly in the streets. And that's, I would say, the third kind of key moment of context or point of context that I wanted to highlight.
Okay, that was a perfect clip. That clip was fucking amazing. So what did he say? He basically said that, again, he's referencing that, like, this is an anti-statist, this is anti-capitalist, this is it's all the precursors of like Antifa all over again. Do you think we're communists? Are you smart enough to be here? Another conservative retard enters the chat. Can we have one peaceful stream? Can we have like one stream where conservatives don't make absolute retards of themselves in my chat? I just don't understand it. My hate coming from everything today. As a farmer, I don't care about any of this. Well, you seem to be here, and you seem to have waited 5 minutes to subscribe to my channel just to chat in this retard shit. No system governing body is getting it right. I'm a poor white man. Do you think we're communists? Do you think the people in the video can hear you? You know, this video is almost 3 years old, right? Did he already leave? Did he just literally subscribe and wait 5 minutes to like, yeah, he low-key rage quit because he didn't understand what he was watching? This is my struggle, guys. This is my struggle. This is my struggle every stream. It's like conservative retards come in, they don't understand what they're looking at, they don't bother to ask questions, they don't bother to listen and learn. They just like rant in the chat, assuming people on the video can hear them when the people on the video can't hear them. Okay.
And then I want to talk very briefly about some accomplishments. This is one where I think we tried really hard as authors to avoid being boastful or overly estimating our power, our influence, our legacy as
thank you, Cynthia.
As ARA. But at the same time, we accomplished a lot, right? On one level, as a decentralized network, lots of the victories, like the opening vignette that Shannon read, they're very local, and we, did our best to try to capture some of those in our book. But of course, no book can do everything, and the story of ARA is so diffuse, so dispersed in a way that we couldn't possibly do justice to many of the victories, many of the accomplishments of ARA, because they're precisely local, relatively small in scale, and sometimes are forgotten because we simply weren't able to, kind of reach out to, make contact with any number of people that were actively involved in ARA in various places around the United States and in Canada. But if you want to talk at the bigger picture, the macro level, as it were, I would suggest that we had two different kinds of successes.
Oh, shit.
And one of them is our successful ability in a couple of different important contexts on a continental scale to undermine the far right, to make it very difficult for the far right to succeed in its own organizing efforts. And then the second success is that I think we did a really magnificent job of modeling a process for mass militancy. And I want to highlight those two terms because often they're seen as incompatible. And yes, there's a tension there, which I'll talk about momentarily, but I think that what was great about ARA in many ways was the ability.
Okay, sorry, Southpod. Sorry, Southpod. I had to wait for your super chat. Hang on. For when you write a book from your jail cell, well, hopefully I'm not going to jail anytime soon, but I do appreciate the super chat. Robert says, thank you, Karlyn. I'm listening and learning from you for the last 6 months. Nothing else to say except thank you. Thank you, Robert. I really do appreciate that. Really appreciate it. Thank you, Karlyn's comp. Yeah, my struggle. Exactly. Thank you.
To bring those two things together. So to highlight some of the successes, I wanted to quote briefly from a few different spots in the book, because I think that is, hopefully a helpful way to give people a sense of what's in the book. But also I think a lot of times the people that we interviewed in particular really spoke quite eloquently, and I want to highlight some of what they had to say. So first off, in terms of our kind of successes in making things more difficult for major far-right operations, I want to highlight specifically the work we took on, especially in the middle part of the 1990s.
Major far-right operations.
Sort of many-headed hydra of the Klan. We
Oh
often
my
think of the Ku Klux
God,
Klan
the
as a singular organization.
Klan.
By the time the 1980s and 1990s rolled around, it was more like 1,000 little clans. And ARA devoted significant attention in the mid-90s, especially in the Midwest of the United States, to combating the Klan and confronting the Klan wherever it sort of tried to make a public stand. And this is just one paragraph from the conclusion of the book on page 256. ARA organizers in the US Midwest and even toward the South, particularly Louisville, worked hard to deny a platform to KKK groups seeking to build a base in smaller cities and towns through regular rallies. As Columbus ARA member Jerry put it, ARA might get one car each from 10 different chapters. Put that together and make it work. ARA both worked alongside and very often were the locals showing up in the streets. But whatever the details, one thing was for sure. Anywhere the Klan was, ARA was there to oppose them. Quite simply, says Jerry, we ground them down. Faced with relentless opposition on the ground, no Klan leader or group could develop momentum. While direct causation is difficult to establish, we want to come close. Anti-racist action was ferocious in undermining Klan organizing. Klan groups faced with this opposition fractured repeatedly, and their membership declined through the 1990s. Something quite similar. Shannon, you got something?
Jerry is in the audience today.
Oh,
hi, Jerry.
I didn't know that. That's great to know.
Yeah, I was reading through the participant list just for fun. So yeah, thanks,
right.
Jerry. We love
Hi,
you.
Jerry.
I think this is the first time Jerry's ever seen my face.
I think that same basic process also applies to one other major campaign that we describe near the end of the book, which is sort of multifaceted effort to harass and undermine a far-right organization that was called the World Church of the Creator, the WCOTC.
Oh, the World Church
and then
of the
subsequently,
Creator,
as that
yo.
group tried to develop a sort of coalition with a larger and older and more established Nazi organization called the National Alliance. ARA groups from across the United States were active in this campaign. And at the same time, this is where we try to be really careful with our...
Reagan, I see why you had to watch this more than once, because there's so much information in this, just like wonky information about like the intricacies of the whole thing. It's really, really good. This was a good call.
Our claims, right? we did a lot of work to make things hard for these various far-right organizations, but we can't take credit for the fullness of their troubles, in particular because if you look at the World Church of the Creator, unbeknownst to all of us in ARA, their very high-ranking security head was an FBI informant who helped develop a set of legal charges that brought down Matt Hale, who was the leader of the World Church during the time that we were fighting them. And similarly,
first of all, you are never going to be able to achieve this. This is never achievable because we're talking into the thousands. There are thousands of these groups, and there are more groups forming all the time, and there are groups that become defunct all the time. They all have different names. They all have different things that they do. So this is one of the things we're trying to start to map out with like the Mapping the Modern Left project through the Center for Left-Wing Studies. But, we need to be really clear that anyone who says they've done this, they are a fucking liar. There is no possible way that someone has done this. And I say that just because of the sheer volume of information that you have to contend with all the time. Like, this is what makes what we're trying to do so fucking difficult, because of it is a never-ending fire hose of information. And so this is it's a hydra that new heads pop up literally all the time because it's all decentralized. So like it's like anyone can start an Antifa group at literally any time. That's a good question, though. I appreciate you asking it.
There's a level of external pressure that brings to bear on a whole range of these far-right groups, but it is, I think, still really important to keep in mind that ARA is out there in this time period between the mid-90s and early 2000s on a consistent basis, really making life miserable and difficult for far-right organizers in ways that have real impact over time. The second kind of success, I guess, that I want to point to is more of a process point, I guess, than a specific content accomplishment. And that's the importance and indeed the difficulty of balancing mass organizing and militancy, right? And here I want to highlight two quotes from people that were involved in ARA and who are also, two of the many people that we spent a lot of time interviewing to kind of work on this book. The first one is an old friend of mine from Chicago named Sprite. And this is on page 241, where we're describing an action against the World Church of the Creator in York, Pennsylvania. And Sprite argues the problem with a lot of anti-fascist work is that it is quasi-legal or extra-legal. So how do you go about that work, but then still try to publicly organize and build an actual movement and get people out in the streets that are willing to be militant? We had discussions about that, and we were interested in building up a militant movement in that sense. And I want to just, again, emphasize that this was a notion that most of us shared in ARA, was the need to balance or combine a level of militancy and the notion of a movement in a broad-based and public-facing way. That's a set of challenges that face today's anti-fascist movement in a very different way than they faced ours, right? We were operating before the era of internet doxing. We were operating before the era of ubiquitous surveillance cameras everywhere you go, right? We were operating before the era of smartphones with cameras on them. And that changes the balance of questions regarding militancy and mass or public-facing organizing.
Thank you.
We retain the conviction that it's important to try to combine those. And one possible path forward, and then I think I'm basically done and ready to hand off to Kristen, comes from another, I think, really great quote in the final chapter from Steve, who was heavily involved in Lansing ARA for many years. And Steve says, ARA wasn't like a cadre organization. It was meant to be a broad tent anti-fascist thing. So the kids who were just getting into anti-fascist stuff in high school at age 14 could come, and there would be communists who've been doing stuff for,
Yep,
40
very
years,
true,
and
Cynthia.
all in the
Very
same
true.
room, all learning from each other, and all getting an experience that's meaningful to them, that helps propel them to do some good stuff. And I just really like that aspect of what ARA represented in terms of its openness and its ability to bring people in at a wide variety of kind of levels of commitment, levels of experience. And I'll end with that. I think that's one of the real successes of ARA, was its ability to make that kind of vibrant movement develop. And I'm happy to hand off to Kristen.
Thanks so much, Mike and Shannon, for getting this, for taking us this far in the book. Before I get into talking about the content of the book, I just wanted to say a couple things about the process of it, because I think it kind of exemplifies some of the cool stuff about ARA too. So Shannon was kind of the person who got it rolling, as someone who hadn't been involved at all, like was too young to participate during the high watermark of ARA. But there were many of us who had been thinking for years, there really should be something. Something's got to be written. Somebody's got to do something, And so once Shannon sort of got the nod from people that he'd interviewed and had, he'd done some work on it academically, and like once that happened, then the word got through those of us who were still kind of friendly with each other, but at a distance. Like we haven't all been in touch since we stopped being active with ARA, right? But that network's still there, and we sort of decided, like a group came together to pool resources and try and make this happen. So there's three of the 4 co-authors were all directly involved. And so yeah, we were trying to understand our own story in a way and tell our own story, because nobody else is gonna do it, like nobody else is gonna give credit to the people who were involved in this type of work in a way, right? And because the work was unfunded. I don't think anybody said that yet. Like there was not a lot of money in any of this. There were no paid.
What was that? What did I just hear? The work was unfunded and they weren't paid to do any of this? The work was unfunded. They weren't paid to do any of this. They did it because they wanted to do it, because this aligned with their values, because it was what their friends were doing. They weren't funded. This is not a presentation that's been put out there just to trick conservatives. They were not funded.
This is gonna do it, like nobody else is gonna give credit to the people who were involved in this type of work in a way, right? And because the work was unfunded. I don't think anybody said that yet. Like there was not a lot of money in any of this. There were no paid staff people really. I mean, there was kind of an office in Columbus for the biggest period, the most active, broad-ranging period in the mid-90s. But this was all very off the books, like informal. The money that came into ARA chapters was all through like fundraising, like concerts,
concerts,
donations, and things like that.
Donations,
right? Not, So as a result, too, it like the institutional memory wasn't really there either, right? So it's all in boxes of clippings or old flyers and posters in people's basements, like that's. Or in their closet,
it's almost
right?
like the far left is incredibly
so
consistent about everything they do.
Bringing that kind of stuff out, trying to put it together, and try to look back and understand what was important about it. I think it's fair to say, for myself anyway. And I also just want to acknowledge that we had the assistance of an editor who really made the book better. I mean, editors both at PM Press who challenged us to,
we follow them,
to not, when you're writing about the activism that you yourself are doing, And there's always this tendency to smooth out some of the rough edges, because you're trying to make it kind of palatable, right? And our editors at PM kind of challenged us to go a bit beyond that, right? And talk about things that might make us uncomfortable. So I think that was a valuable contribution from the publisher. But then they also gave us the feedback that our first draft was too long. And so we found ourselves an editor that we trusted to go through our text, who successfully cut about 20% of the words, but probably less than 2% of the ideas, so it was a good trade-off, made a more readable book. And we hope that readers will appreciate that effort. Okay, so with all that said, I'm going to just go into some content because I'm going to kind of talk about the middle part of the book. I'm joining you from Toronto, Canada. I was part of the thriving chapter of ARA in the 1990s. And so for my part of this talk, I'm going to highlight some stories and lessons from the Canadian experience. And then I'm going to switch gears to talk about how ARA sought to contribute to broader anti-racist work and to the fight for reproductive freedom as well.
Oh, abortion. Wow.
So
Shocking.
looking back, the close relationship between the ARA folks in the US and Canada was kind of special. And I'd say it's even
This part is for
uncommon.
music again. Okay.
And this happened largely because ARA was based in youth subcultures, youth countercultures, which was all spread out mainly through zines and touring bands and word of mouth, like mostly pre-internet, right? So people in Toronto got excited about the ARA idea because it was covered in Maximum Rock and Roll, the magazine. Also, some people were connected to Love and Rage, the anarchist newspaper of the time, and it was an organizing project as well, which was involved with work against the far right neo-Nazi scene in Minneapolis in particular. And so Toronto people were sort of following that. So when we had our own far right problem, extreme right problem to deal with, the ARA idea was already kind of in the mix. Spread through those countercultures. So ARA in Toronto was initially focused on exposing and opposing the Heritage Front, which was far-right group led by fascists, which was really trying to reach a broader audience by soft peddling its ideas, talking about equal rights for whites and free speech, rather than well, I mean, it's pretty explicit, but it's not as explicit as like the KKK, right? Even though there were past KKK people who were involved. So for that effort, kind of following the footsteps of David Duke from the 80s in the US, that effort was making progress. They were finding success. They were getting coverage in the mainstream media. They were invited to participate in talk shows, all that sort of thing. And for a while, the Heritage Front was described as the most successful extreme right group in Canada since World War II. There were many individuals and organizations who were...
Everything really does come back to World War II. Like literally everything in the world that we exist with today comes back to World War II. These people actually think that anyone who is not a far left anarcho-communist is a Nazi. They think that anyone who believes in borders is a Nazi. They think anyone who wants to maintain the United States government is a Nazi. It's amazing. It really is.
Concerned about the growth of the Heritage Front in the Toronto area. Even before ARA had come on the scene, there were small demonstrations, and there were a number of people who were trying out legal strategies to challenge them.
Yep, the Democrats are fascist to them. True.
Unlike in the US, there are laws on the books against promoting hatred against an identifiable group and laws against advocating genocide. So while these laws aren't often used and don't come with very heavy penalties, they are tools which liberal anti-racists have access to. So there were people kind of working in that direction. But by the time, but ARA emerged nevertheless, because it seemed like all of that wasn't going to be enough, right, to contain the threat. And so when ARA came on the scene, we really made it much more difficult for the front to keep growing. When they held events, we would try to challenge them, same time, same place.
So exactly what they did to conservative speakers on college campuses circa 2016, 2017. Exactly the mob mentality. So it all started in punk subculture because there were neo-Nazi punk bands, and anytime a neo-Nazi punk band had a show, these people showed up to fight Nazis to prevent them from having a show or make it very difficult for them to have a show. This was the modern precursor to leftists showing up at college events anytime a conservative was speaking. It all started in punk subculture. I'm not surprised at all, but it does suck. Punk is fucking great music, and it sucks.
We identified their organizing
sucks.
centers.
The left
where they
ruins
lived, where they
everything
worked.
good.
We held demonstrations there. We exposed them with posters and in their neighborhoods, with newsletters. We had a radio
Exactly
show.
what they do today.
And we also participated in larger educational efforts, giving talks in schools and participating in larger community events and public discussions.
Oh yeah? Oh yeah? If this is true, then why the fuck does the Trump administration not understand anything that's going on? They're all infiltrated by feds. Well, that might be true if the FBI understood what's going on, but they don't. If the Department of Justice understood what was going on, but they don't. If anyone in the Trump administration understood what was going on at all, I might believe that all these groups had feds in them, but I don't believe the Trump administration knows what the fuck they're talking about. I can tell just from the executive order that Trump wrote that he has no idea what the fuck he's talking about. Kash Patel has no fucking idea what he's talking about. Kristi Noem has no idea what she's talking about. Marco Rubio has no fucking idea what he's talking about. Pam Bondi has no fucking idea what she's talking about. Harmeet Dillon has no fucking idea what she's talking about. And I know this because I've listened to what they have to say on the topic, and I've looked at their work, and their work is completely unhinged from reality. So how is it fucking possible that a Fed is in every single one of those groups if the government literally has no clue who Antifa is, no clue how Antifa operates, no clue how Antifa organizes, no clue how Antifa fundraises, but there's a Fed in every group? Yeah, I don't think so.
So the book tells the story about one of the more spectacular
Cynthia,
events
another
when
5
ARA
memberships.
found the address of one of the
Appreciate it,
Front's
Cynthia.
key
Love you.
organizers and took a demonstration there. That's about 200 or 300 people, and outwitted police so that the people, the anti-racist demonstrators, had an opportunity to vandalize the building. And this sent a big signal to the Heritage Front that they were going to be challenged. And it prompted them that day to try to retaliate, an effort that failed dismally and which really set them on a downward spiral. So this story, which we go into in more detail in the book, and others like it, epitomize some of the lessons that we wanted to pass on through the book, that young people can really make a difference when they work together to challenge injustice. I mean, most of the ARA organizers were between 15 and 25, right? There were a few older folks, and we're very grateful to them, right? Because some of them were quite experienced from the 60s and 70s and brought a kind of added sophistication to the group for sure. But really the strategies and the energy came from the young participants, and that's really special, and it really, really does show that this scene that kind of emerged out of these countercultures originally to confront racism within the countercultures, like then was able to have an impact beyond that in the society as a whole. For a moment. So the importance of youth, then the importance also of solid information about the far right, about their organizations and their strategies, and finding ways to put that information to use. So there are many people today who are far more sophisticated about data collection, and information gathering about the far right But that
Oh, so they're
question of how to
studying the
use
far
it, I
right?
think, continues to be, it's important to try and figure it out. And then the final point about this, I think, is that Toronto ARA, like other ARA groups, utilized militant tactics, but it was an open group and engaged in public organizing. There were people within the group who were focused on dealing with the media, on connecting with artists, and lots connected with outreach and networking with other community organizations. And those three factors, I think, were part of what made our group successful and helped us to, go beyond just Toronto and sort of nurture groups in other cities and towns across North America. And, with a focus in Canada, obviously. So that public face and that all the networking and outreach, that kind of brings me also to the next part of what I wanted to share today. The relationships that ARA groups had with other anti-racist campaigns and the Campaign for Reproductive Freedom.
Yeah, I want to know
So
more
our
about
book
that.
has a chapter on each of these themes, which ran through the history of ARA, because ARA was not just about the far right. As we've seen, it emerged from efforts by people in the counterculture to keep fascists out, partly because fascists made the scenes dangerous, but also because the people in the countercultures had larger political interests, like challenging police abuse or fighting for women's rights or LGBTQ liberation. ARA
All the
folks
things the left
recognized that
does.
the extreme
Imagine my
right,
shock.
like the KKK and the neo-Nazis, were part of a larger problem of systemic white supremacy. And practically speaking, many chapters tried to find ways to contribute to the larger struggles.
Hang on. I gotta pee, guys. I'll be right back. Let me know if I
missed
missed anything.
Stories from Minneapolis, Columbus, Toronto, Detroit, and Los Angeles. And we talk about the ways that chapters connected with or took responsibility for different types of anti-racist organizing. For example, Cop Watch, where people would literally patrol the streets to keep an eye out for police brutality and document and try and intervene and assist people with asserting their rights. Some chapters were involved with prison solidarity, Indigenous self-determination, supporting that, struggles for economic justice. So I think Shannon acknowledged that an old friend, Jerry, is on this call, and I just wanted to acknowledge David, who was an ally of ARA from outside of Toronto. And he taught us a lot about how racism against Indigenous people played out in rural areas or small towns, particularly in the struggle around hunting and fishing rights. And we tried to, take cognizance of that and contribute to awareness of that in our work in Toronto. And I think I just wanted to share that, like, the struggles around systemic racism would look different in different cities and towns, depending on the concrete things that people were dealing with, and then also what kind of relationships we were able to have. As you can see on this call, like, there's three of us, and we're all white people.
Oh,
but
they're not capitalists.
Trying to connect with the larger issues, depending on pre-existing relationships or what we could kind of touch in our own communities and towns. So next, I just wanted to go to chapter 6, which documents the single biggest political development within ARA, which was the growing focus within the network on fighting for abortion access and reproductive freedom. Obviously still relevant today, as the far right's legislative strategy and electoral strategy has been totally devastating for abortion access in the US. In the 90s, the terrain was different. We were dealing more with kind of on the ground organizing by the far right, by groups like Operation Rescue or Missionaries to the Preborn. And there was like an extreme
anti-abortion
level of
groups
violence against abortion providers, many arsons, bombings, assassinations, attempted assassinations of healthcare workers, I mean, it was really devastating. We tried.
How prevalent was that? Like, I don't remember this because I think I may have been too young, or I may just have not been politically paying attention. How common was it for like abortion places to actually be like attacked by people on the right who were effing insane? And listen, don't tell me there weren't people on the right that did this. There were absolutely people on the right who went and shot like abortion doctors and stuff like that. You guys are not fucking innocent. You guys, like, sometimes your people participate in violence too. And like, but I have no sense of like how prevalent that was or how often that actually happened, because of course, like, they're giving us their perception in this. And I think that this is important for people to understand. They are giving us their perception. I don't care necessarily what reality is when it comes to analyzing the far left, because the far left doesn't behave the way they do based on reality. The far left behaves the way they do based on their perception. So it does. So someone was complaining in the chat earlier, they're lying that they did this. It doesn't fucking matter. It doesn't, insofar as we care about understanding them. They don't believe they're lying, and they don't believe they're making shit up. Much like when conservatives make shit up, they don't believe they're making shit up either. So I'm just actually questioning, like, a couple of times a year you would see something in the news. Well, a couple of times a year to get to for a right winger to bomb an abortion clinic, that might seem a lot.
To kind of reflect on that in the book. Again, ARA chapters contributed to the struggle in different ways, depending on where they were. So Minneapolis ARA worked with the LGBTQ community groups to confront a far-right Catholic organizing conference.
Yeah, these people are exhausting, Brooklyn. You're right about that.
Human Life International, it was called. And also exposed fake clinics, like religious run clinics that would offer services to pregnant people. But really it was all about,
Pregnant people.
all about discouraging people from trying to, having an abortion.
Pregnant people.
So we would call them fake clinics. And Minneapolis and other chapters too, like, would expose these clinics. Columbus ARA helped with clinic defense, escorting patients to and from clinics to access healthcare. Toronto ARA, we organized against the most extreme anti-choice organizations from the US when they came up to our neck of the woods. Kitchener-Waterloo ARA, which was like a smaller city kind of near Toronto, interfered with anti-choice pickets at their local hospital. I mean, those are just some of the stories that we shared. I mean, there were many more, but we couldn't really cover everything. So that's another thing I just want to acknowledge in terms of the book, is that there are stories that are just not here because we didn't have the networks, or we just weren't able to reach people. And one of the weaknesses of the book that is relevant, particularly on this call, I think, is that there's not that much about the American South in the book. Which is really unfortunate. I mean, really the strongest part of ARA in the period that we're talking about was the Midwest and neighboring Ontario. But there were ARA folks organizing definitely in Asheville and in Texas and in Florida, and just the coverage of some of their achievements and successes and challenges is weaker than we would have liked. So maybe that's a blog post for another day. Before I leave chapter 6, though, and the pro-choice chapter, as we might call it, we also just want to note that the chapter also documents how ARA decided to incorporate a pro-choice position in the points of unity of the ARA network. So these points of unity were the only defining platform of ARA. Right? So this matters. And I don't think we talked about them before, but basically the first one was, as the title of the book, we go where they go. Wherever Nazis are organizing or active in public, we're there, right? We don't believe in ignoring them or staying away from them. That was the first, we go where they go. The second was don't rely on the cops and the courts. The third was non-sectarian defense of other anti-fascists, and the fourth was a kind of broad anti-oppression statement, right? We're against racism, sexism, homophobia, discrimination against the disabled, anti-Semitism, So that was the original 4 points, and it took a couple of years, but eventually ARA did adopt explicitly pro-choice position and add it to the fourth point of unity, right? And the reason why I think this is interesting in retrospect is like that it wasn't a given. There were people who didn't want to add it, not too many because they were against choice, but there was a lot of concern about just like opening up the points and, engaging in that kind of debate. But people really wanted to have that debate. And in the end, it happened, and there was a really positive outcome to that. So I think that there's two interesting pieces about that, which is one is just that grassroots anti-racist, anti-fascist really felt it was important and necessary to address the Christian far right, which was working so hard and still is to limit reproductive freedom. And that, grassroots anti-racist and anti-fascists like connected that practically speaking and politically speaking to the fight against the organized racists and the far right. So that's the first thing.
The
second thing,
organized
also, that
racists.
ARA wasn't
I
all
wish.
one thing, that there was political difference within the
wished.
network, and people were able to productively work through those differences and kind of advance something over time. And that's, kind of special because it doesn't always happen. So I think those are my points for today, I think, and I look forward to any questions or discussion about it. Except that we're going to go back to Shannon because we want to talk more about youth culture, right?
I hope so.
Yeah, and I can be brief because I think we were discussing earlier that like questions are really cool. So yeah, no pressure. Don't want it to be like work. But yeah, we were kind of discussing how like Zoom sometimes Zoom is its own world. We want your questions. So I will go into a bit about ARA's connections to youth culture.
This is actually true,
I'll
John
be
Morgan. I agree
relatively brief. And while I'm doing that, you can be only pretending to listen while you actually rack your brain to come up with deep and insightful questions. I know, but yeah, so I will get started on ARA's connections to youth culture and why we think that they matter and that they're interesting. So I'll bring together a couple of things that both Chris and Michael already said. So we talked about, and with the quote, like for example, from Jerry about ARA's hard work against the Klan, and the Klan is kind of this like many-headed hydra, and it's all over the Midwest, and ARA is going all over as well. That's really what builds ARA and what pushes ARA to form a like network structure. When it started in those skinhead scenes, it was not super. People were getting together and they were like having conferences, for example, intercity. There were like social ties, but it was in this context of the Klan that in 1994, ARA formalizes a national network, and that gives some structure. So that's when Chris mentioned.
Hey, Babs, you know why the reason you don't think the far left would win? Because you are new here and you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. That's why you don't think the far left would win. To be honest, you're like basically a baby. You're basically like a kindergartner telling a group of PhD level students how the world works. That's where we're at right now. So let's just like have a reality check there, bro.
We have Columbus, for example, as this chapter that has a chapter of the book. No, excuse me, chapter of ARA that is not a chapter of the book that had like office space and was sort of a really important node and contact point for lots of people getting into contact with ARA as a network at first. That then allows ARA to really sort of springboard and grow a lot with this youth culture stuff. We talked about how ARA was pretty closely connected to youth culture from its beginning, and they really rose out of each other. Of yeah, I mean, at the start, it was very literally about like control of like punk venues and
Yo,
like getting
Cynthia,
together and getting your
another
friends
5
together
fetal
to
memberships.
fight and kick out.
Thank you, Cynthia, very much for your ongoing and continued support. Congrats to everyone who has gotten a channel membership from the Queen Cynthia tonight. Guys, I just want to really make mention here. So what they're talking about is this was a youth culture driven movement. All of this stuff. And by the way, they're not talking about queer ideology here, but like, bro, okay, I'm sorry. I need to put you in a timeout because literally I just told you to shut the fuck up and listen, and you went and said something retard. This is a retard statement. This is an indication that you're not smart enough to be here. So now while I'm explaining something important to the class, you are going to sit your ass in a timeout and you're going to shut the fuck up and listen. What they're talking about, so they're not talking about queer specifically in this particular context, but what I really want people to understand is that whether it be queer ideology or whether it be the thing that eventually became Antifa as we know it, because what they're talking about is the movement that eventually became Antifa. This was all driven by young people. Queer ideology was driven by young people. Antifa was driven by young people. All of this was a youth subculture that took place in the 90s. And this comes out of the ACT UP movement that started in the 80s, and that comes out of organizing, gay liberation organizing that happened in the 70s. Like, but all of this is youth culture. So how did they do this then? They had to capture the schools. They captured the schools way earlier than anyone has any fucking idea. And this is why it's so important to understand. This is not something that just popped up in 2020. This is not something that just popped up in 2016. This is not something that popped up in 2008 when Barack Obama was elected president. They're talking specifically about their primary involvement in this subculture was in the 90s when Bill Clinton was president. And I really want to make this clear. It didn't start in the 90s either. It actually really started proliferating under Ronald Reagan. So you don't change the nature of the country without capturing the culture. They did it by capturing the youth. What is the response going to be on our side? When is our side going to start creating culture? When is our side going to start creating art? When is our side going to start creating music? When is our side going to start writing books? And, I think I talked about this with Harrison Smith when I was on InfoWars last time, but one of the biggest detriments the right has and people have on this side is they abhor education. And they abhor education because they lost the war for the control of the public schools. I promise you, if conservatives controlled the public schools in the way that the left controls the public schools, they wouldn't hate education nearly as much as they hate education. And that is just a fact. If conservatives had done the work to control the public schools in the way the left did, they would fucking love education. They'd be all sending their kids to college. They'd be bragging about their kids' degrees and all this stuff. Conservatives hate education because the left won, and therefore conservatives have to hate it. But the thing of it is because conservatives hate education so much, they abhor learning how to write. A lot of them don't know how to fucking write. They don't know how to create art. They don't know how to create music. They don't even know how to be creative because they think that the left controls the arts, and therefore if I'm an artist, then I am a leftist. And it's just it's one of those things where you have shot yourself in the foot on your own fucking team. The people who win are the ones who are expressing themselves. It's the ones who are writing books. It's the ones who are writing articles. It's the ones that are doing podcasts. It's the ones that are creating art, painting, music, sculpting, whatever the fuck, fashion. That one of the reasons the groypers are so fucking cool is because a lot of the groypers are actually into fashion, and a lot of them are actually into music, and a lot of them actually do create art. They create things. You want to know why Nick Fuentes' community has gotten so fucking successful? Because Nick Fuentes' community has 1 million people that are doing clips, that are making these edits of Nick. That's all incredibly creative. It's all incredibly labor intensive. Nick Fuentes tells his groypers to go to college. Nick Fuentes tells the groypers, go to college, go to a high prestige school, as high prestige school as you can get, and then get into the professional world. That's what he tells them to do. And he tells them to do this while other conservative influencers are saying, just go to a trade school. And there's nothing wrong with going to a trade school, by the way. We need people who go to trade schools. I'm not trying to shit talk people who go to trade schools, but people who shit on education don't understand that culture is created by the educated, because it is the educated that know how to read, know how to write, know how to publish books, know how to publish music, know how to do edits, know how to put together all these creative ideas. And college, by the way, is not the only place to get educated. I'm not saying that by any stretch of the imagination. Nick Fuentes didn't even fucking graduate from college because he learned on his own. You can learn out in the world by doing and just being an artist and creating things. There are plenty of people who have been very successful artists and culture creators who never went to fucking school. But I'm saying it is damn near impossible to write books and publish books and create this type of content if you don't know how to fucking read and write. Yeah, I have heard it, and it is a masterpiece. I have.
Nazis so that you could like safely have a show without you have the bigger group and you kick the Nazis out rather than you being alone and the 10 Nazis come up.
Oh
and
wait,
beat
did I
you
get more
up.
channel memberships? Yo, I've been getting so many channel memberships today. I lose track. Matt in with another 5 channel memberships. You guys rock. We have 132 new members of the channel. Thanks to everyone who sent in a channel membership, whether that be Matt, whether that be Cynthia. I think Red Death sent one in. I think Dan sent. And I apologize if I didn't get everyone who sent in memberships. But thank you to everyone who's been sending in channel memberships all night long. Epic W.
And so that goes back a long time, and then it's the like late 90s when when ARA sees really huge growth, very significantly thanks to these connections to culture. This is kind of when there's something of a for like certain we don't need to get into like a history of punk rock because that's boring. But for a sort of certain subset of it, the 90s is it's like the start of like the Warped Tour, and the Warped Tour was like not as big as it is now, but like still pretty big, but still had connections to like underground youth culture, and some credibility there. And so like ARA is getting in touch with the with like bands on the Warped Tour. They meet the Mighty Boss Tones at like Lollapalooza. Avail, very seminal emo hardcore band out of DC, or out of Virginia rather. There's also the Smoking Grooves tour, was like the first national hip hop tour. There was Rage Against the Machine touring. These are all bands that like basically did the same thing, starting in like 1997, of groups like bringing ARA alongside them on tour. And then ARA sort of hits the road and is
So what is he saying? What is he saying? So all of these big popular bands brought this movement on tour with them. And by the way, if you're looking at queer rock, like the queercore movement, you've got Green Day bringing Pansy Division on tour with them, which was one of the queercore bands that was pushing like gender bullshit within the punk community. But isn't that interesting? Like Rage Against the Machine and the Mighty Boss Tones and the Warped Tour and all of these things, they brought the movement on tour with them all over the country, where kids going to these concerts and having fun got introduced to these ideas.
going national. Like it's always been national and has these different chapters, but this is ARA very specifically having like a traveling opportunity to talk to people who might be interested, and sort of promote the model. And then maybe 5 kids come up and say like, oh, this seems really cool, and they sign up for the mailing list. And then afterwards the person says, hey, like all 5 of you said that you're interested and you're in the same town, so you can get together and like start an ARA chapter if you want to. And so this is a huge way that ARA really massively expands just in like numbers and geographic reach. That's when ARA hits its peak in like 1998, I believe, is when it's like almost 200 chapters active at one time. That number is again thanks to Jerry. That's like there's a very significant that like would not have happened without ARA's ties to youth culture. And we don't want to go too far in that direction either. And we don't want to say that like everyone in ARA was a punk, or that like you have to care about punk to like care about ARA. But basically we think it matters that like ARA had this like recruiting ground that it could come out of and that it could get support from and get recruits from, as well as that ARA went back into. And so just as ARA grew out of the youth scenes were really impacted by ARA and the work ARA was doing. You know, most obviously with the beginning of like saying that punk is going to be like anti-fascist and like Nazis are not going to be welcome at punk scenes. Like that
Punk
really
is going to
goes without
be anti-fascist. Nazis aren't welcome in punk scenes. And then it expanded out to that to include everything.
saying today in a way that I think it's like, it's really cool. It's easy to think that that like goes without saying, like I just said, but like there is maybe an alternate history where like that wasn't a thing and like Nazis could still be casually showing up to punk shows today, and like punk scenes could be a place where Nazis can go and recruit. The fact that it's like the exact opposite of that, and where punk, you know, despite its shortcomings or despite, you know, people who are not all that political about it, like punk still has a very is still like a pretty meaningful place where a lot of people are sort of hearing for the first time, so like meaningful critiques of our society, basically. We think that's that's cool, both for punk and for well, punk slash sort of youth counterculture in general, and for ARA, that those connections were really significant. Yeah, so I could say more, but trying to keep it at a reasonable time. So maybe I'll stop there and we can go into some questions, unless Mike or Chris has anything to add, or Liberty, before we start questions.
Yeah, thanks y'all for giving us the kind of like introductory context. I think you've done a really good job of highlighting a lot of what's in the book. There is so much here to explore, and I really love the way that it's, y'all don't describe it this way, but it read sort of like an oral history. I mean, you obviously interviewed so many people.
An oral history.
And it's so story-based.
Guys, one of the things the left is very good at, that quite frankly our side should get better at, is the idea of oral history. It's the idea of storytelling. This is my story. These are the things that influenced me. These are the things that drove my political decision-making process. These are the moments that shaped me. These are the things that were really meaningful to me. These are the connections I made. These are the people I interacted with. Here's what happened. Here's how I went from here to here to here to here to here. The right sucks at this. The left is awesome at this. They love oral history. They have tons of oral history projects. This tells the story of their activism. This is important. If you understand how people get into these movements, that's when you can get ahead of them. But the right doesn't. Again, they don't see the value. When the right publishes something, here's another thing people should know too. I'm just going to complain about this. Almost every single conservative influencer who publishes a book didn't even write the fucking book. They hired a ghostwriter to write it. It's not even coming from them. And furthermore, the book isn't even fucking real. The book is a political narrative. It is a tool for them to make money. It is a tool for them to get speaking gigs. It is a tool to drive a story, create a narrative, especially if that person is going to run for office someday. They want their life story to be out there in the form of a book that they can tell people. How do you think J.D. Vance is the vice president because he wrote a fucking book about his life, okay? Like, it's mind-boggling. But like all of these things, they're not authentic, is what I'm trying to say. When people on the right are doing a book, it's not an authentic exercise. It's not a genuine, here is my story. It's not the ups, the downs, the vulnerabilities, the goods, the bads, all that stuff. It's just bullshit to drive a narrative and drive an agenda. Whereas when the left is doing this stuff, they actually tell their story as they experienced it, as they believed it. Now, is that going to be totally hinged into reality? No, because the left makes shit up all the time, but at least it's true to what they actually believe. You know what I'm saying? So.
Really encourage everybody to pick the book up. Kind of the most amazing thing about the book, to me anyway, is that it's not like one of a bunch of books about the history of ARA. Like it's, if I'm not mistaken, it's kind of the first history of ARA in book form. I know that there were some shorter histories written for periodicals, but that's pretty mind-blowing considering the degree to which understanding the history of ARA is really kind of essential to contextualizing and understanding contemporary anti-fascism. And I guess, but we have some great questions in the queue, but before we dive into them, I do want to ask y'all, just if you wouldn't mind sharing a little bit about what is the relationship between the historic ARA and kind of our contemporary kind of Antifa. And I will say that I avoid talking about Antifa because it is such a boogeyman for the far right. But clearly there are people organizing under the banner of Antifa. And whether people are organizing under that banner or not, they're operating.
I'm sorry. I'm just going to clip this. I'm just going to go back and be like, this is a great fucking question. And also the fact that that was like, there are people organizing under the banner of Antifa. Oh, no shit, Sherlock. No shit. Tell me more.
Really good job of highlighting a lot of what's in the book. There is so much here to explore. And I really love the way that it's, y'all don't describe it this way, but it read sort of like an oral history. I mean, you obviously interviewed so many people, and it's so story-based. Really encourage everybody to pick the book up. Kind of the most amazing thing about the book, to me anyway, is that it's not like one of a bunch of books about the history of ARA. Like it's, if I'm not mistaken, it's kind of the first history of ARA in book form. I know that there were some shorter histories written for periodicals, but that's pretty mind-blowing considering the degree to which understanding the history of ARA is really kind of essential to contextualizing and understanding contemporary anti-fascism. And I guess, but we have some great questions in the queue, but before we dive into them, I do want to ask y'all, just if you wouldn't mind sharing a little bit about what is the relationship between the historic ARA and kind of our contemporary kind of Antifa. And I will say that I avoid talking about Antifa because it is such a boogeyman for the far right. But clearly there are people organizing under the banner of Antifa. And whether people are organizing under that banner or not, they're operating in the legacy of ARA. Would y'all be willing to say a little bit about, I know it's not the subject of the book, but kind of how ARA transitioned us into this current moment of anti-fascist organizing?
Trying to unmute. Yeah, I think you're right to frame the context that that's the book we didn't write. But I think you're also right that there are lots of linkages. And you can see, I think one of the big questions we had when we were working on the book was, where do we end our narrative? Recognizing that all the way into 2023, there are collective groups across the United States that call themselves ARA, recognizing that there was an ARA network until 2013, recognizing that things continued, but what we began to focus on as a kind of dividing line was the shift toward a more kind of security conscious modality of organizing. And I think that's the place where you can see the transition to what becomes contemporary anti-fascism, particularly when you're looking at how do anti-fascists stand up against people like Richard Spencer in the middle 2010s, right? And I'm confident that if you did a census, probably the FBI has done some of this mapping, right? They could find that there were people that were actively involved in ARA that subsequently became involved in continuing forms of anti-fascist activism today. I think that move toward security culture as the kind of the base minimum level signaled a real shift away from the stuff that all three of us, I think, talked about in different ways, this attempt to balance or to combine a level of intense militant struggle with a kind of mass or public facing organizing effort. And it, in my mind, at least, I won't speak for my co-authors, but in my mind, that's a loss. It's an understandable loss, recognizing the way in which things have changed. It's an understandable loss, but it is a loss. The other thing that happened simultaneously, and I want to sort of disaggregate them, although I think they are connected, is the rise of the internet, right? I mean, we were an email-oriented universe. I have a specific memory of Jerry teaching me how you could create a Hotmail account that had some random name that wasn't you. And, you know, that was a thing, right? Like that was our tech. And to operate in a world of social media is a radically different environment. And I think, I can't remember, it might be Kieran, somebody says late in the book that a lot of people, a lot of older folks in ARA, you know, we didn't think we were old then, but we were older than some, missed the boat on the importance of internet-based organizing. That we thought everything is going to happen in person, and that's how we need to respond to it. And missing the ways in which the far right was incubated within this universe of the internet. And the younger generation of anti-fascists got that implicitly and reacted in, I think, ways that are really appropriate to that shift in the context. So that's the place where I would say, you know, the thing that we got wrong, they got right. But at the same time, there are these other places where I wish we would see more of a commitment to public facing as something that has to be balanced with security culture. Does that make sense as an answer?
Yeah, thank you so much. And I guess there is
Okay, I'm gonna stop the clip there. I'm gonna stop. Reagan, that was so fucking perfect when he was like, basically, we transitioned into security culture. And security culture, for people who don't know, if you want to know who's an Antifa, like who's actually an Antifa, like an organized Antifa group, here is probably the definition I would put around who is in an Antifa group and who's not in an Antifa group is security culture. Are they engaging in security culture, which is like they're taking steps to protect their identity. They aren't using their cell phones in certain ways. They are making sure they're covering up all traces of like their entire fucking manuals that they follow, sometimes aligning with their direct action manual for what they do when they go to a protest and stuff like that. Like their entire manuals that people in this subculture follow to engage in what they call security culture, because they are all hyper paranoid that they're being surveilled. And it's a good thing. Now, they're not like, I thought it was so funny that he was like, oh yeah, the FBI's probably mapped this shit out. No, they haven't. No, the FBI has not mapped this shit out at all in any way. Now, I'm not like, I mean, obviously the FBI infiltrated that Turtle Island group. So I'm not saying the FBI knows like zero. I just don't think the FBI knows more than maybe 30% of like what I know. I really don't. I could be wrong. I hope to God that I am wrong. Being wrong in this case would actually be a good thing. But no, I don't think the FBI has mapped any of this shit out. But they are hyper paranoid, and they've been hyper paranoid for a long ass time. And I think that like they've been hyper paranoid essentially since like Occupy Wall Street, maybe even before that. But Occupy Wall Street was like a big part of their paranoia. And so if they're engaging in security culture, they are probably in Antifa. And if the government knew what they were talking about, they would probably take that really good advice on how to classify these organizations.
also like kind of a direct lineage between the kind of the ARA network that eventually transformed into the Torch network, which is still active. And I know, may not be as big as the ARA network was in the late 90s, but is still a pretty substantial player when it comes to anti-fascist work. So looking at questions.
Oh,
that
that's
people have,
fascinating.
have written in,
That's fascinating. Reagan says the guy who actually did the security culture video put out a TILF video recently that said there is a 50% chance that the Turtle Island Liberation Front, the infiltration was a psyop, but they aren't completely sure. Yeah, I mean, I really think I think it actually could be both. I think absolutely the feds were in there, and I think absolutely the feds gave them the bomb making equipment. That doesn't mean they weren't actively trying to seek out violence, though. And in fact, maybe they even connected with the feds because they were starting to sniff around to try to figure out this bomb making thing. I don't know exactly what it is, but I think it could both be a legitimate organization and it also could have been a Fed-induced psyop because they gave them the bomb making equipment. But who knows? I really don't know. I do know that the Turtle Island Liberation Front propaganda aligned completely with far-left propaganda, and I don't think the people in the government are actually smart enough to recreate leftist propaganda because I don't think they understand the left. And so I would find it very difficult to believe that that propaganda was created by someone who is not in the far left because it was too well done. Honestly, the federal government thinks that Chandler is the leader of Antifa. Chandler is not the leader of Antifa in any way. Chandler isn't even the leader of Antifa in Portland, except that Kristi Noem announced at a press conference that fucking Chandler was the leader of Antifa. And so it's kind of like, if the FBI really thinks that Chandler is the leader of fucking Antifa, do I think that they understand enough about far left subculture to be able to craft propaganda that looks exactly like that looks like actual propaganda that I've gotten at their events? No. So I don't know. I don't know which way it is.
Really good ones here.
Well, of
Maybe
course
we
they're going to
could,
say, listen, don't. The socialists have an incentive to convince you it's a psyop because the socialists don't want you knowing that they're willing to engage in violence. So I wouldn't really pay attention to that. Also, most of the people who claim to be socialists on the internet aren't really involved in that subculture, and most of them are just like liberals or progressives or something like that, pretending to be socialists for internet clout. So I wouldn't worry about that. Yeah, they get intel from Veli. The FBI gets intel from Veli Ray. Exactly.
just kind of start with this question of ARA's impact, which I think y'all have already touched on a little bit. Yeah, but I think it would be great to hear any other thoughts on kind of what the kind of post-ARA era impact of ARA really has been. And I know that, you know, oh, go ahead.
I'm gonna say I fucked up and I was reading the written Q&A as you were reading the Q&A out loud. So was it the one from Todd? What do you think ARA's impact was after its downturn demise? Does something come to mind that you see as a result of your work as ARA? Is that it?
Yeah, that's the question. Yeah, and you all have definitely touched on this already. But I think it's so important, you know, kind of in terms of like what are the takeaways? So worth addressing again if you've got more thoughts.
Chris, do you want to take this one since Mike took the last one? And I feel like, you know, it's downturn demise that we put in the book. I was 7 at the time, so I'm interested in your view.
I mean, I don't think I quite get it, the question, to be honest. Like, I think, like, yeah, I think the biggest impact of ARA was probably in the subcultures, right? Like,
yep,
kind of shoring up or like making sure that fascists couldn't use these subcultures as a recruiting ground for them, right? And they kind of don't do it anymore, right? They don't try that much. So that's like the single biggest thing that happened. But as I said in my, you know, comments, I think like what was kind of special about it was that this and people are in political struggle within their scene all the time, you know, like there are all kinds of struggles around racism or sexism or homophobia like happening within all the cultures and subcultures and scenes,
all the
that there are, right?
intersectionality.
So this was like what was happening in the, you know, punk, skinhead kind of youth counterculture, you know. There's a lot of white people, but not only, you know, and at all. And so like, that's kind of what was happening. But because there was something about the organizing that made it possible to go beyond that, you know, like people were able to get beyond that and have these concrete victories against specific far-right organizations, right? And I think that's a victory. I mean, like in Toronto, the far right didn't reemerge, didn't come together with another group for 20 years, 25 years. I mean, it's a big deal, you know? So, you know, we can feel good about those things, right? I also wanted to acknowledge that it was like a place of learning and skills development for a whole bunch of people. So that's also part of the legacy of ARA, right? Like, and there's, you know, lots of cool things that people did, and people got to have experiences and meet people that they wouldn't have met otherwise, you know, because we were actually trying to like get outside of our comfort zone and take risks and like, you know, develop bonds of trust and friendship across all kinds of barriers that might not have ever done. So I don't know. I think I wanted to just highlight that.
I could add, I think, in terms of a concrete thing that outlasts that era of ARA, one thing we did talk about, we write about it.
Oh, you think I want to work with the FBI if the FBI isn't smart enough to ask me? You think I want to work with the DHS if they aren't smart enough to ask me? If the FBI is completely oblivious to the fact that I fucking exist, then the FBI is not worthy of my help, and they are not worthy of my service. No, I am not going to go and shill myself to the federal fucking government, who is too stupid to look at videos on the internet to understand how the far left is organizing, how they're funded, who can't seem to even figure out which groups are on the far left. No, who think that fucking Chandler is the leader of Antifa. No, I am not going to shill myself out to work with people. If the FBI wants my help, the FBI can come to me and ask me very nicely and then show me a big fat check with my name on it, and maybe I will consider working with them to help them understand the thing that they damn well should already know. I absolutely have an FBI file. I know I have an FBI file. I was at January 6th. I got interviewed by the fucking FBI. I got interviewed at the FBI for being on the lawn at January 6th. So I 100% have an FBI file. So they 100% know about me in some respects. So if they want my fucking help, they can come to me and ask. And then I will charge them a ridiculous, and I mean fucking ridiculous amount of money.
Briefly in the final chapter is ARA took a lot of arrests, and we took very seriously the notion of collectivizing defense funding, right? That we did, you know, various versions of, and some of those have, you know, still basically exist. I think the best example is the Canadian one that is kind of linked up with this international anti-fascist defense. But there's also the smaller, more obscure kind of thing. In Chicago, we had the Chicago Anarchist Defense Fund, which was established in, I think, 2000, something like that, because
so the
we were
defense
taking
funds
so
came
many
from
arrests.
them. Oh.
And when, you know, it kind of went dormant after a while, but there was still some money in the bank. And in the aftermath,
the defense funds
it
came
was
from
the
them.
aftermath of Michael Brown's killing in Ferguson, Missouri. Chicago organizers of a newer generation developed the Chicago Community Bond Fund, which was designed to support people who were taking arrests at Black Lives Matter protests. And the people who had the sort of keys to the bank account for the old Chicago Anarchist Defense Fund took their money and they put it in there. And the Chicago Community Bond Fund is massive. They're one of these sort of generation of, community defense oriented structures that exist all across the United States. I think that that is a really concrete, tactile legacy of ARA. And we were a tiny, tiny contributor to what exists today, but there is that lineage connects.
I think something that's not like quantifiable in the book, but also just, you know, being a kind of a youth gateway to kind of left politics, just an incredible number of people over the course of 3 decades, like were radicalized and got their start doing political organizing in ARA. And I mean, I think you'd be hard pressed to find almost any community with a vibrant left where there aren't folks who cut their teeth doing, street level work with ARA. Maybe if we can grab another question here. We've got one from someone who notes, I wonder, here, I'll just read it directly because it's a little lengthy. I wonder if you all could talk more about some of the details of how you connected militant confrontational tactics with mass organizing / being an open organization. Were there particular challenges that arose from this, and how did you address them? This feels especially important today with the prevalence of surveillance, et cetera. And it also feels really critical in order to grow our movements. And I would love to just hear a little bit more about the tension that y'all have highlighted, because it both feels super real, and at the same time, the idea, I mean, obviously ARA members were being surveilled, targeted, and arrested by state, security services. And on the flip side, like contemporary anti-fascists have organized, mass demonstrations. I'm thinking about something like the Unite the Right rally, right? Which, the way in which it was organized may look really different than the way organizing was done in the 90s. But it's not like anti-fascists have entirely abandoned the idea of mass struggle. So yeah, maybe a little bit more about that tension and how y'all navigated that.
I think there's a lot of different ways you could go about talking about this. One that comes to mind now that we've just talked about, defense funds, is a particular challenge was, how do you get people involved in work where they could get arrested? And I think there were two kind of responses from ARA that were used in different ways to bring people in. And one response was, the more of us there are, the less risk of arrest there is, right? That mass presence in the streets, unless you get into a situation where you're going to be completely kettled by the cops, which does happen, but in general, if there are more people involved, it lowers the risk for any individual person who's involved. And that
They say this.
They
say this.
A lot of
Antifa has a literal piece of propaganda called "It's safer at the front," in which they're trying to convince people that, like, if you are in a direct action, it's actually safer to be more aggressive towards the police. It's safer to be at the front because you have a better chance of getting away when you're around other people who are also trying to be aggressive and get away and stuff like that. So isn't that funny that it's coming up here too?
People, a lot of younger people in particular, found appealing. Obviously, the stakes and the nature of the risk of arrest is very different today. But that was something that I think mattered in a lot of ways, that we were able to sort of popularize the value of mass action. And then the other thing was that we did, nobody's perfect, but we did a pretty good job of supporting the people who did take arrests. And that, I think, was something that mattered to a lot of people. It's a very practical answer to that question, and there's a lot of other ways we could address it, but that's one particular aspect of how we tried to make that kind of stuff work, I guess.
Yeah, I would maybe, I think this is a great question, and I'm interested in it because literally it's the first thing that I remember like really blowing my mind about ARA was learning like, wait, so you guys were like you had more than like 10 people at a meeting? Like, that is crazy. That's wild to me. That was really the first thing that really, again, that just I remember really noticing. And so I think it is a really interesting question, with the caveats that Liberty correctly pointed out, that like, we don't want to act or like, wag our finger at, like, it's not like anti-fascists today have completely abandoned the idea of like mass organizing. And so it's important to acknowledge that. But yeah, I would say, I think on a very personal, or on a very practical level rather, I think one thing ARA did was that it did lots of stuff besides the militant stuff. And so it was like, if you didn't want to like take an arrest, you could still join ARA. And like basically that it was, I'm wondering if this is going to come out sounding like tautological, like, oh, ARA managed to be public because it was public. But a little bit, I feel like it was that like they said like, hey, anyone can come join. And so like a person who doesn't have a ton of experience or isn't already a committed person could come in. We talked about that quote from Steve of like, you know, you could have like 15-year-olds and like, you know, 45-year-old like grizzled veterans. Grizzled is a strong word to use for a 45-year-old, sorry. But, you know, yeah, sort of in the same room. That I think that sort of let me try to boil down to like what my point is. That I think ARA, in being public facing, okay, I'll take a different tack. That like ARA's public facing work, it was not like, hey, we're going to have a meeting where we discuss the illegal thing we're going to do, and that's going to be public. Like that's not what it was. And they had these, you know, national networks where lots of different people were invited. And probably when you know, it's not like, you know, 2 p.m. felony conspiracy session. Like it's, you know, there's a time and a place, and you know that like when you're at this like conference where there are people from all over the country and people you don't necessarily know, that you're discussing like sort of, you know, maybe questions of like theory and questions of movement building, and even just getting to know each other and like building those ties so that then when an action does happen, then people are coming in. That like at the more public facing things is not when you are doing super illegal things. And so you can have that accessible thing that people can show up into and have that sort of a feeder, I guess, that then you build that trust over time. And then, you know, if there's going to be like a militant confrontation or something that is, even if it is planned in advance, it's probably not planned in that same very open way. And it's planned among people who at this point do know each other and do trust each other. I hope that's not too obvious to say, but I guess like in a word, I would maybe say that like ARA kind of had like some of that sort of like feeding mechanism of being accessible, and then you could sort of get more committed over time. Whereas like, I don't know today what like the first step is that leads someone who's like 18 years old now to be in like a, you know, really serious like black bloc affinity group, anti-fascist group, like 3 years from now. Like I'm pretty sure, you know, probably at least one 18-year-old who's alive today will be involved in like militant closed off anti-fascism in 3 years. But like I genuinely, as someone who like I think that I'm like in this sort of movement, in this anarchist movement, I don't even know what that like progression is. Whereas ARA, you sort of you did see what an entry point was of like, oh, here's something I can do even if I'm not gonna go crazy. Like here's a group that I can get involved with.
As a grizzled old man from the outside, I think the Cop City stuff in Atlanta is that space, right?
Yeah,
space
I actually,
where
that's a good
people
point.
can be involved at a
That's a
really
good
wide
point.
array of militancy. And that seems really impressive to me. I don't know how sustainable it is, but I think it's an important element of what that looks like in our present moment from very much the outside.
That's a really great point. Let's see. I know we are sort of starting to approach the end of our time, and Gary has come up a number of times in the conversation and is in the audience. And I am not super technologically sophisticated, but I found a big blue button that says "Allow to talk." So Gary, I'm going to try pressing that button and see if you want to weigh in and share reflections
Yeah,
on
Cop
really
City.
any of
Cop City's a
the
big
prompts
thing
and
down
topics
there.
we've been talking about. So,
okay, can you hear me?
Excellent.
Hello, Jerry.
Yes.
All right, first things first. Haven't seen all of you in, well, 2 of you in a long time and 1 of you ever. Speaking of grizzled veterans, the years have been kinder to a lot of you than me. And thank God my camera's off.
Uh-oh.
But my your beard is still not bigger than mine. Now, my first question is, how can I help you with this presentation since I'm here?
Well, Gary, we're actually kind of at the end of our time. I know there's one more question in our queue that we're going to circle
They're
back
like, you
to in a
can
minute.
help us.
But I think if you wanted to share any reflections on this question of the tension between mass organizing and militancy, or the legacy and successes of ARA, if you wanted to briefly touch on either of those two, I think your perspective would be enormously appreciated.
Okay, from my experience in Columbus, and in Texas and in Asheville twice briefly, but especially Columbus and Texas, you're going to jail. You're going to go to jail. But definitely in Columbus and our situation there, we had great lawyers. You're going to jail, but you're not going to prison. You're getting out, but more importantly, you're going to win the court case. And then when I arrived in Texas in 2003, and I'm part of a small group, then the Iraq War breaks out, and we have 4 people that know what they're doing and 40 high school students. And we just invaded Texas, essentially. So we're training. And this is in the context of there's going to be cameras everywhere. So when we're training in our combatives, we trained to let the Nazis take the first overt move so it looks like self-defense in Texas. Right down to literally training ourselves to counter a punch to the face.
Oh, I'm sorry. What? They trained to let the Nazis make the first move? I'm sorry. What? Again, Gary? Again?
Enormously appreciated.
Okay, from my experience in Columbus, and in Texas and in Asheville twice briefly, but especially Columbus and Texas, you're going to jail. You're going to go to jail. But definitely in Columbus and our situation there, we had great lawyers. You're going to jail, but you're not going to prison. You're getting out, but more importantly, you're going to win the court case. And then when I arrived in Texas in 2003, and I'm part of a small group, then the Iraq War breaks out, and we have 4 people that know what they're doing and 40 high school students. And we just invaded Texas, essentially. So we're training. And this is in the context of there's going to be cameras everywhere. So when we're training in our combatives, we trained to let the Nazis take the first overt move so it looks like self-defense in Texas. Right down to literally training ourselves to counter a punch to the face by headbutting them in the fist. I know that sounds crazy, but it worked. And in general, again, a lot of confrontation, some arrests, 0 convictions. And that's what's important. In this whole time, from 1986 up until now, no member of ARA at no action has ever been convicted of a felony. Very few have been convicted of a misdemeanor, and very few of those misdemeanors have been above disorderly conduct. Give me $100. Okay, here you go, goodbye. And that's important. Is one of the balances there is there's going to be a mass militancy, but also there's a department of getting away with it. Sort of, there's a institutional or cultural knowledge of, okay, this is one thing within a campaign, let's keep our heads together. And if something's got to happen, we might not all go home tonight, but none of us are going to the hospital. None of us are going to the morgue, and everybody will be home after the weekend's over and is going to stay home. And that was an important thing. And that's something that we can translate. Okay, the cameras are always on. Okay, they're going to know who you are. I use my real name in the book because even though I've got a degree in computer security, it's pointless to hide my identity at this point. I don't care. You know, Nazis want to come by, come get some. But more importantly, knowing what I know about surveillance, it's so ubiquitous, you turn that around and surveillance is proof of your innocence of the charges. And there is a certain framework of legalism where I'm not the one who came to the rally with the, like, I'm, you might not throw the first punch, make sure you throw the last. And that's a thing that can be translated to people doing this sort of stuff today.
Thank you. That was very helpful.
If
Good
that's
clip.
helpful.
Yep, good clip.
Yeah, thank you.
Got it.
I know that there's like so many questions that we've gotten that are fantastic that I'd love to spend more time on. But in the interest of respecting folks' time who thought that we were going to be ending after 90 minutes, I want to just see if we can.
Every time you hear surveillance, think
circle
security
around to
culture.
one
True.
final question here.
Good
which we've
note,
got in the
Reagan.
Q&A. And that question is about the question of disability justice. So the person who submitted this question noted that the fourth point of unity includes
I've got a
discrimination
good
against the
disability justice
disabled
presentation on
community,
my desktop for next week.
And kind of to pull that into the present moment, because I think it'd be interesting to reflect both on how that did or didn't come up for ARA, but also this individual notes that
the Crips,
being where we're at in the pandemic, a lot of leftists have embraced their privilege of good health, shed their masks, and left disabled community behind. And ask, with Michael Novick's analysis of privilege in mind, how can we advocate for and include the disabled community in current liberation movements? And I will say that I know that every community that was in the streets in 2020, every time I saw a photo, I always saw folks with visible disabilities participating. I know that many of my friends who have visible and invisible disabilities have been on the front lines of struggles over the last few years. But it is a really important point about the degree to which we do or don't prioritize inclusion within our movement. So I'm wondering if Shannon, Michael, and Kristen, if y'all have any thoughts on this question, both in terms of the history of ARA and also in terms of our present moment.
I can speak to this a little bit, and I don't claim we can't, we didn't make it a focus of the book, and it wasn't a focus of the work, although I would say that it definitely was something that would come up in the Toronto chapter. There were, when we had a big, we had one large conference in 1996, and we had a presentation that was specifically about the psychiatric industry and its relationship with the development of fascism. So I think there was an awareness about the historical links, that fascism is like kind of ableism exploded, right?
Fascism
so
is
in
like
that sense,
ableism exploded.
Trying
Wow.
to be accessible as a movement is sort of core, right? But I'm not saying that we did a great job of it, or made it always very explicit. But I think that the being accessible and being open to everybody who has sort of a stake in the fight is pretty important for anti-fascism, even if not every action is accessible. The fight is always accessible. There's so many different ways to participate and contribute, and they all matter, you know. So whether it's doing it in front of a computer, or it's cooking food for an action, or it's writing letters, or making phone calls, or being like the person who's like on the legal defense line at a demo, like there's so many ways to contribute, right? And
Hey, thank you. I should have better books
did
coming out next
in the
year.
book
Not
kind
that
of
whatever
try
book you
to
got isn't good.
address
All my books are awesome.
how different people would have,
But I'm going to have books more relevant to this
feel
coming out next year.
that they could participate in different ways. And so one of the things that we talked about
In fact,
in
I'm
the
going to
book
be
was that
working
kind
on one of those
idea
books
like the
later.
red, yellow, and green zones of the demonstration. You know, I don't know if we actually incorporated that quote in the end, but it came up in Quebec City, right? In the protests against the Summit of the Americas, you know, that you would try to organize the public actions in such a way that it would be kind of clear what your proximity to the confrontational aspects would be, right? And that would help with accessibility. But I mean, there's no guarantees, right? There's no guarantees because, you know, we are in a struggle,
you're
in
going to like
conflict,
this one.
right?
It's a good book.
So I guess
It's
those are
one of the best things I've ever written,
my thoughts
honestly.
on the subject. And I really thank the person for bringing it up.
It's hard to stop because there are several more really good questions, and I
Are
would
they
love
done?
to keep talking. But I think that our time together has come to a close.
No!
So if there's any
Guys, guess what? We made it. We made it through the double feature. Congratulations to everyone who made it to the very end. What a banner night. I mean, these presentations were awesome. It's super highly relevant to what is going on, highly relevant to our understanding about Antifa. Reagan, this was a great find, and I'm really glad that you sent it to us and that you made us watch this and that you screened it first so we even knew it was going to be fucking awesome. Great way to end the year. Really, I mean, like, just like possibly one of the best like episodes to end the year on in terms of Socialism Saturday that you could have picked out. And so that was awesome. Cynthia waited until the very end to give the final 5 gifted channel memberships. Awesome. Well, guys, I am going to be continuing to stream all week long. Of course, we do also have movie night tomorrow in the supporter Discord. I forget, does anyone know what we're watching tomorrow for movie night? I totally forget what we're watching tomorrow. Let me get into the Discord and I can find out explicitly what we are watching. Unless someone knows. Unless someone did the work for me. Let me see. Movie night. What are we watching? Not that. Oh, Stand By Me. That's right. We're watching Stand By Me. So we're watching Stand By Me tomorrow night in the supporter Discord. If you are a YouTube channel member, I will be posting the link to join the supporter Discord in the community or post tab. So keep an eye out for it there. If you are a Substack member on my main Substack, that is Karlyn, KARLYN.substack.com. I will be posting the link to the Discord out to the chat tomorrow. If you're on Rumble, I'll be posting it in the locals community. And if you're a supporter on another platform, get in touch with me and I'll give you the link if you don't have it already, and that's fine. But the majority of supporters are over there. So I hope you guys will join us for movie night. If you're not yet a supporter on my Substack, I would humbly ask that you become one. $8 a month, $80 a year. If you want to send in super chats and channel memberships, that's cool too, man. But Substack really allows me to plan how much income I have every single month, because the monthly or annual donations allow me to know exactly like how much money I have to work with. You guys keep me in business. I am 100% funded by people just like you, and I really appreciate everyone who sent in their support tonight. Banner night for the super chats and the channel memberships as well. 137 new channel members tonight. That's insane. And so I really do appreciate it. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with me. And I will I'll see you on Monday. Well, I might stream Sally Jesse tomorrow. I also might just take tomorrow off. But maybe we'll do Sally Jesse on New Year's Eve. Should we do a whole Sally Jesse? Actually, that might be the best thing. Should we do a Sally Jesse New Year's Eve marathon? Can we make that dream a reality? I can make that dream. It's my channel. I can do what I want. If I want to have a Sally Jesse New Year's Eve marathon, I will have a Sally Jesse New Year's Eve marathon. And that just might be what it is. That might be what it is. So we'll watch Sally at some point this week just to round out the year. I think that would be a nice little break. But we'll see. Anyway, keep an eye on my Twitter, keep an eye on the Telegram, keep an eye on all the things. I will announce what we're doing, of course. And in the meantime, I hope you guys have a great rest of your night, and I will see you guys soon.
How are you feeling? How long have you been here? 3 months, May 17th. And what brought you? That's difficult to answer. Eventually resulted in your being here in the hospital. That's difficult to answer.